Are we going to count down for the streaming then? IT, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Tell me when we're going.
Yep.
Now on. Thanks.
Right then, good afternoon. Thank you for all attending this virtual meeting of the Planning Committee. Mr Chairman, I'd like to welcome all elected members and council officers and any members of the public who may also be viewing this remotely. Before we begin, I want to address some housekeeping measures to make this meeting run as smoothly as possible. Firstly, there are a few legal considerations to note. This meeting is being held in accordance with the local authorities and police and crime panels, brackets coronavirus, flexibility of local authority and police and crime panel meetings, England and Wales regulations 2020. The meeting will be conducted according to the council standing orders for remote meetings and those set out in the Constitution. However, should there be any conflict between the standing orders and the 2020 regulations, then the 2020 regulations will take precedence. Secondly, I want to address a couple of practical issues. The agenda and papers for the meeting are available on the council's website via CMIS and from Teams. A link to access the papers has been shared by Democratic Services in the decision-making meetings channel on Teams. As chairman, I will introduce each item on the agenda and will call speakers one by one. Only one person may speak at any one time, and if elected members wish to speak or ask a question, I would ask that they do by clicking the raise hand icon, which is on the toolbar, or please click the icon again once you have spoken to remove the notification so you don't have any what is known as legacy hands. If this function fails or is not available on your device, please use the chat pane to indicate you wish to speak by just typing I would like to speak. If I don't pick that up, the people who are the just jockeys at the back will. I would also ask when people are not speaking, all attendees in the meeting mute their microphones to ensure that everyone can clearly hear the person speaking at that point in time. This will also ensure that speakers are not accidentally interrupted or there's any other distractions. The requirement for meetings to be quorate still applies, but should the meeting become inquorate due to technological or other failure or provision, then as chairman, I will adjourn the meeting for a defined period to allow reconnection. When matters are put to the voting protocol should be followed, and as chairman, I will ask for a roll call or a name vote, if so requested. If as chairman, I'm aware that the meeting is not accessible to the public through remote means due to any technological or other failure of provision, I should adjourn the meeting immediately. If access through remote means cannot be restored within a reasonable period, then the remaining business will be considered either at a time and date to be arranged with me as the chairman or at the next ordinary meeting. Finally, as we're all learning how to operate and manage this technology, I ask for everyone's forbearance. If we are all working together, then I believe we'll have a successful meeting. Thank you for your patience. Now to proceed, I'll begin to call each member one by one to introduce themselves and confirm that they can see and hear the proceedings, followed by the other participants. As the chairman, Councillor Bird, I can see and hear. I'll go now to Councillor Perry, my vice chairman.
Vice Chair, I can see and hear.
Councillor Paul Bott, I believe, has put in his apologies. Councillor Chatter, are you with us? Not at the moment. Councillor Craddock, Steve, can you see and hear?
Yes, I can hear and see. Thank you very much, Chair.
Councillor. He's in the loo. Councillor Creaney, is Carl with us? I don't think he is. No. Councillor Anthony Harris, can you see and hear?
Yes, sir.
You can. Councillor Louise Harrison.
Chair.
Sorry?
Apologies have been submitted for Councillor Harrison.
Who is?
Apologies have been sent in for Councillor
Oh,
Harrison.
apologies, sorry. I thought you said, sorry, there's some water running somewhere. I thought you said a substitute. I was just about to say we haven't got in on this committee. Okay. Councillor Hickin, are you with us?
Chair, it may be a good idea to ask everybody to mute their mics.
Yeah. Okay. I did ask that. Councillor Tina Dukes, I can see you. Are you hearing and seeing?
Hearing and seeing fine, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor John Murray?
Yeah, hearing and seeing, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Aftab Nawaz?
I can see and hear, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mohammed Nazir.
I can see and hear.
Thank you. Councillor Wahid Rasab.
Yes, Chair, I can see and hear.
Councillor Ian Robertson.
I can see and hear, thank you.
Councillor Suki Samra.
Yes, Chair, I can see and hear. Thank you.
Councillor Harbin Sarowi. I can't see Harbin in the meeting. No.
Chair,
Oh.
he's just struggling to come on. I was just going to ask one of the officers to give him a ring and help him.
Okay, I'll check Harbin in a minute. Councillor Mark Statham.
Send a vision, Chair, thank you.
Councillor Underhill has offered her apologies. And Councillor Vera Waters.
See and hear you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Right. For officers, Councillor Chris Berry, I just promoted you then. Chris Berry or demoted you? Yes?
Yes, present, Chair.
Neil Taylor, I don't think Neil's with us. No. Catherine Morton? No. Alison Ives, I've seen you. Can you hear us?
See and hear, thanks, Chair.
Councillor Andrew White.
Yes, I can see and hear as well, Councillor.
Kevin Gannon.
See and hear, Chair.
John Grant.
All good, Chair.
Stephanie Baird.
Can see and hear you, Chair.
Sharon Benny Matthews.
Chair, I can see and hear, thank you.
Bev Mycock.
Hello, Chair, I can see and hear, thank you.
Matthew Paris.
Thank you, Chair. I can see and hear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've taken care of the housekeeping then. We'll canter on to apologies. I now have Councillor Louise Harrison, Councillor Underhill.
Hello, Chair, I also have apologies from Councillor Bott as well, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Perhaps you'll let me know when Harbin's in the meeting. Or you'll probably come up on my screen. Sharon, you've got your hand raised?
I have indeed, Chair. Sorry, it was just to clarify the position on item number 11, that the applicant is an elected member and not an employee as stated on that item.
I'm grateful for that. That elected member will no doubt declare an interest when we get to it. I'm now going to have a roll call on the minutes that we accept them as a true record. I do. So I'll say yes. Councillor Perry.
Agreed.
Councillor Paul Bott is not with us. Councillor Chatter, not with us. Councillor Craddock.
Yes, agreed, Chair.
Councillor Creaney, not with us. Councillor Harris.
Agreed.
Councillor Hickins, not with us. Councillor Dukes.
Agreed.
Councillor John Murray.
Agreed.
Councillor Nawaz.
Agreed.
Councillor Nazir. Councillor Nazir, you're on mute.
Agreed.
Thank you. Councillor Wahid Rasab. Wahid, you on mute?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Ian Robertson.
Agreed, Chair.
Councillor Samra.
Agreed, Chair.
Councillor Sarowi, is he with us yet? Not yet. Councillor Statham.
Agreed, Chair.
Councillor Waters.
Agreed, Chair.
Right. Are there any declarations of interest? For members of the public, this is a point on the agenda where anybody who has an interest, whether that be financial or a connection through family, declares their interest and will take no part in the debate. So can I just ask, are there any declarations of interest, please?
Yes, there is, Chair. Myself on item 11 on the planning agenda, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Yes, Chair. Item 2 is an employee of Walsall Healthcare NHS Trust.
Are there any more? No. Right. We'll move on to item 4 then. Any deputations of petitions? I've not been advised of any.
No, Chair, I've not received any either, thank you.
Thank you. Item 5 is the Local Government Access to Information Act 1985. There are no items in the private session, so therefore it would not be necessary. Can I just remind members, this meeting, in accordance with the Constitution, will last no more than 3 hours unless there is a resolution to extend that time. So I would ask you to be as succinct as possible, to ask questions rather than speeches, and obviously follow the procedure that we all know only too well over the years we've been sitting on this committee. So we then move on to the items, the applications for development. And the first item, at the request of my colleague Councillor Andrew, is number 6, which is the land at Quezlet Road East. I have 3 speakers on this application. One objecting to the application of Ms Lishman, and supporting the application Mr Robson from Serda Planning and Councillor Andrew. We normally ask the objectors to go first, that is the objectors to the application, rather than the objectors to the officer's recommendation, as I see it. So therefore, do we have, or can you admit Ms Lishman into the room, please?
Just bear with me, Chair. I'll give her another call. She was having some technical difficulties.
Okay, I'll just check then. Do we have Mr Michael Robson and Mr Councillor Andrew with us?
I'm admitting them now, Chair.
You are? Good.
Chair, may I just, if I may just mention, there was some additional information on the Chair's briefing that was to potentially be read out ahead of applications. I don't know if you saw that all.
Rightio. You mean like this bit of housekeeping?
Yes, please. Yes.
Right. In that case, then I'll read it. I'd like to make this opportunity to remind all members that should they be minded to go against an officer's recommendation, the mover of the motion must make clear the reason for doing so and ensure that they are based on planning grounds. Once the reasons have been provided and the motion seconded, I shall ask the solicitor present to read out the reasons and give planning officers the opportunity to comment prior to taking a vote on this matter. This is a new addition, as you've probably noticed. I remind members that all of the decisions made on planning applications require a roll call as a decision is required. We should take all plans list items where members of the public had previously indicated that they wish to address the committee ahead of the other applications. There is a change to the order of the plans list, and I should take item 6 first with your cooperation. I hope that is in order. Happy with that? Just nod your heads. Yes, I can see most of you. Righty-ho then. Can you tell me whether we have the speakers in the room now, Bev?
Sorry, Chair. I've admitted Michael Robson, Councillor Andrew, and Jane Lishman should be in the room as an unknown user.
Right.
Could we ask them to turn off their video on YouTube?
Yes, anybody who's
and
watching
also
this on
mute their
YouTube, please turn it off as it gives us feedback and we can't run the meeting properly. The procedure will be for those members of the public. We will have a presentation from officers, then both objectors and supporters of the application will be in a position to speak and then respond to questions from members. There will then be an opportunity to speak to officers on questions, and then we'll move to debate and hopefully a decision. That is the procedure we will adopt on all of the agenda items this evening. So that is the only time I will be saying those words. So I understand the first item now is presented by Mr Andrew White, Planning Officer, Land at Quezlet Road East, Streetley.
Just bear with me, Chair. I've got to get the presentation.
Quite all right. I would repeat as well while Andrew's doing that. If you see a little blue box come up on your screen to admit somebody, do not do that. That is left to the officers working in the background.
Hopefully everyone can see the presentation before them, or at least the start of the presentation. I'll commence then. The application is for a redevelopment of a former petrol filling station. The site is here. The little black line is the original forecourt of the petrol filling station, and then the bit around is some additional land, some of which is in the ownership of the applicant. The proposal is to clear what is left on the ground and remove the tanks and construct a building 3 to 4 stories tall for 53 apartments with an undercroft car parking provision of 53 spaces. In addition, there is a proposal to reduce a hedge, a Leylandii hedge along this boundary. I would note that those trees are not, as far as we're aware, in the ownership of the applicant. Also, I would note that after the supplementary paper was concluded, the applicant's representative actually made contact to say that they would now offer £100,000 towards a Section 106. The actual site itself, as you can see, is surrounded by fields. It's access to and from the Quezlet Road East, and you can also see that there are some housing, both here, a bowling green, public house, and some additional housing here. Just for clarity, this side of Quezlet Road is actually Birmingham City. It's the boundary with Walsall Council. Just so you can see the actual area in photograph form, again, the location is here. You can just about see the forecourt itself, and then you can see there are fields, the road, and the housing. I was asked yesterday where people have made comment from, where they're essentially based. The vast majority are in this vicinity, but there are a few here that live in Birmingham City. They were consulted. They have a legitimate right under the planning legislation to make comment on the planning application. The site itself, for clarity of everyone that is actually watching, is within the Greenbelt. It's part of the West Midlands Greenbelt. And as you can see here, the boundary runs along Dowbank Lane and the centre of Quezlet Road East. Excuse me. In addition, the site is also within the Great Bar Conservation Area. And again, the purple or the mauve that you can see and its boundary washes over the whole site and also washes over Dowbank Farm, which is a Grade 2 listed building. The proposal itself is, as you can see, 3 and 4 stories. This is a visual that the applicant has submitted. The access points will be amended to from where the petrol station or former petrol filling station access and egress were, and are currently shown as bell mouths. This is just a different view, so a view as you were from the opposite side of Quezlet Road East, just to give you an idea of what it will look like and the scale. This is a view essentially from the fields behind, and with the applicant suggesting that the conifer hedge would be reduced in height. But again, you can see its closeness to the boundary and the scale of the actual proposal. This is a view looking again at the site as though you were facing from Quezlet Road, but you can see the scale again and the closeness to the boundaries. Just a different angle. Again, looking from within the Greenbelt, the fields, the building and its position, you can start to see again here the boundary of the site and then the relationship with the actual building, and you can just start to see where the Undercroft car parking is. The layout is essentially to fill the plot, the forecourt itself, with some landscaping around the boundary, but it is essentially the ground floor is for parking. There's a bit of an access point here to go up to the upper floors and a further lobby and access point here with some residential at ground floor, cycle store and bin stores. The proposal also appears to show landscaping in the highway verge at the front. The next floor is essentially where most of the apartments start to appear, and as you can see, they are single aspect. So you've got single aspect apartments around the edge, and then on the inner edge with a central core that serves all of the flats, including the 2 access points with a lift at that point. The next floor, again, is pretty much replicates the earlier floor. And then the upper floor, there is more apartments, and the 3-story element, there is some open, some private amenity space that you can access. The private amenity space equates to approximately 8 square meters per flat. This is just to show the roof that goes on top of that. And then the elevations, as I said, it is 4 and 3 stories. There's the Undercroft car park at the front, and you can see at the rear, you can just about see there is the potential of views. This also starts to show the relationship to adjacent houses and the scale difference between the building and those houses nearby. This is to show the position of the landscaping and highlight these are the conifer trees that are very, very close to the actual boundary that the applicant insists they will be cutting to allow light into the flats. And then there's a bit of landscaping in front or between the boundary and the car parking, and a bit of landscaping here, which is partially under the building, as is some of the here, and then again in the highway verge. Just for clarity for all those that are watching, the brown line on the highway is showing the extent of the highway. So the landscaping I've just highlighted would actually be within the verge. The applicant had provided a tracking plan to show how larger vehicles could get in and out, including recycling or rubbish trucks, but it is for a completely different layout. There's a simple block there and a simple block there. That would have been the original access in and out. We don't have a tracking plan for the current proposal. The site itself, so this would be Quezlet Road and the access into the site. You can just start to see it here. It is starting to seed back to its natural environment. You can see that the height and scale of the trees, and the expectation is they would be cut to a lower level. This photograph also starts to highlight the residential properties opposite. Again, just a further view. As you can see, there is some rubbish on the site and some small structures that are around where the original pumps were. If members decide not to or to go with the officer's recommendation and they're still concerned about the look of it, they could obviously ask for officers to pursue a 215 tidy up notice if necessary. Just a better view of the site. It is only 0.2 hectares, and obviously the proposal pretty much fills that 0.2 hectares of land. And as I say, the verge at the front would have some landscaping. Just some more general views. The structures that you can see are actually unauthorised, as is the storage of the container. Just some more views of the actual site. Again, you can see the scale of the trees. They would actually obscure a number of the windows if they're left at that height. Again, just a bit more view. You can start to see there's some rubbish and spoil that's been left on the site. This is looking back along Quezlet Road, so you can see that the road does rise gradually towards Dowbank Lane. It does make this building potentially quite visible both in the Greenbelt and conservation area, and that is one of the reasons, or a couple of the reasons, or part of reasons that are included in the officer's recommendation. Just a wider view of the site. Again, you can see the conifers, they are part of the site. That's the other end of the site. But in this instance, clearly you would see a 4-story building, brick building, pretty much up to the boundary, and it would be in this sort of area. The pub I mentioned on the ordnance survey is referenced because the applicant has said they're using they could use local services for those that are living in the future occupation of the flats. We've estimated it's around about 210 to 300 metres to get from the flats across several roads to the pubs, and then just off the picture, the post office and the shops. The nearest schools are approximately 800 metres to 1,000 metres from the site. Again, just to set context, the pub is here, and you can just start to see the site in the distance where the cursor is moving around. And for information, this is the Grade 2 listed Dowbank Farm, which the Conservation Officer confirmed this morning that it would have an impact, or the proposal would have an impact on the setting of not only the conservation area, but also the listed building due to its proximity. For information, there is no set distance in the planning legislation or policy guidance from government about how far or what distance the impact can have on heritage assets. It would be a matter for the applicant to actually demonstrate that the proposal doesn't have harm, and at this point we don't have, or the Conservation Officer considers the documentation that we have has not gone far enough to demonstrate that. So based on the scheme as we have it, taking into account other commentary from interested parties and consultees, which are in the supplementary paper, the report recommends refusal of the development as set out in the report and the supplementary paper. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, if I may, you're on mute.
Correct. Doesn't take much to shut me up, does it? I understand. Sorry, Bev. I understand you were indicating. Is that what you were going to tell me?
It wasn't that actually, Chair, but if I could just inform the meeting that Councillor Serrero, he has now joined the meeting, yes, but obviously as he's only come in part way through the presentation, he won't be able to vote on this application.
I got the indication just as the first slide went on, so as I understand it, he heard all, well, I can ask him himself, I think he heard all of the presentation. I certainly got the message when the first slide went up. So I just asked that question. Harbin, did you hear all of the presentation, please? Councillor Serrero?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, you did, fine. Bev, you've got a legacy hand, if you could place that down there.
Thank you, Chair.
That's all right. Okay, well, that's the presentation. We have Ms. Lishman to speak against this proposal. We have Ms. Lishman on the line, please.
You do. Can you see and hear me?
Can you stop sharing your screen, Andrew?
Hello.
Hello, yes.
Hello.
I can't see you yet, but I will do. Right. The format is that you've got 2 minutes to make your case, at the point at which I will say to you the 2 minutes have expired, and as a result, I will have to stop you speaking, even if you're in mid-sentence. So, Ms. Lishman, I'll just set my clock. Righty-ho. Okay. Right, the 2 minutes starts now then, please.
We note and welcome that the proposed development of 53 apartments is recommended for refusal and wish to reiterate our concerns relating to the proposed development, which we have previously identified through formal objections. Our key concern is that the proposed development seeks to make changes to land outside of the applicant's control, including land to the west and the north, which is within our land ownership. Specifically, the proposed development seeks to prune trees within our land ownership, with the design and access statement indicating that the pruning of the trees would significantly reduce their height to the same as that of the boundary fence. The applicant did not request our permission for such changes ahead of submitting the application. We first found out when received notification from Walsall Council. We understand that is a legal requirement for an applicant to serve notice to all landowners of all land, including within a location plan, and failure to do so can lead to a grant of planning permission being invalidated. We did not and still have not received such notice and understand that failure to adhere to the guidance stipulated within the Town and Country Planning Development Management Procedure, England, Order 2015, notice under Article 13 of application for planning permission could lead to any grant of planning permission being invalidated. Notwithstanding the applicant's failure to follow the correct procedure, we would like to respectfully reiterate to the committee that we do not agree to the proposed pruning of the trees within our land ownership. Without the pruning of these trees, we understand the apartment within the lower floors of the proposed development would be overshadowed and would be negatively affect the amenity of residents. Without the substantial pruning of our trees, these proposals are not deliverable. We therefore respectfully submit that the application should be refused. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You did that with 9 seconds to go. Right. Mr. Michael Robson, you are the planning consultant from Serda Planning. We've met before.
Yes, indeed. Good evening, Chairman.
Right, your 2 minutes start now.
Thank you. So the starting point in my respectful submissions is that this is an over 55 scheme and can be conditioned as such. National guidance continues to support model conditions restricting occupancy. This is housing to meet a specific group. It is no different to delivering affordable housing or housing for people with disabilities. There is a demonstrable need for this type of accommodation for older persons. There is no such accommodation in the immediate locality. Your officers agree the site is previously developed. The proposed built form does not extend beyond the former petrol station forecourt, and it's to be noted in the report before you that this site has been vacant for 16 years. Matters of greenbelt impact versus the benefits of this specialist accommodation, design and heritage are, I respectfully say, for your committee to judge upon. I would, however, say that Historic England were consulted but chose not to comment. The highway comments are predicated on this being an open market scheme, and it is not. Noise and ground conditions reasons for refusal are proffered when your specialist consultees raise no such objections to these matters. And as you have heard, we have committed to a contribution of £100,000 to affordable housing and open space, notwithstanding the submitted viability, which I note your officers regrettably haven't reviewed. And finally, just to clarify, I've just looked on our files, and Miss Lishman, we issued a notice by special delivery. I don't want to read out in public forum your address we have on our system, but we did serve notice on you, and I understand there has been an agreement between the applicant and yourself. However, that's a matter I respectfully say to be taken outside of the planning determination arena. Thank you. Nothing more to say for now.
Thank you, Mr. Robson. You're being very kind and keeping within time. I now have Councillor Adrian Andrew, who is the representative for the Feasy ward, as I am. Councillor Andrew, you have the same rules, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try and canter through this as quickly as I can. I've been campaigning for over 55s accommodation in my ward for a very long time now. There is an elderly population in this particular area, and many generations live within the area, and there is nowhere for people to downsize. I have to say I'm pleased that Michael Robson has reiterated the fact that these are over 55s, because I would not be supporting this application if it was for normal open market sale. This application is incredibly similar to the Fox Hills Farm application, which is in the conservation area, which is in the green belt, and is actually closer to Barbeacon. Yet that was recommended approval by planning officers. We've had many iterations of proposals on this particular site, including a drive-through cleaners and drive-through restaurants, which would, of course, have created much more traffic movements than an over 55s facility. I believe that this particular recommendation by the officers should be overturned, to support the development of the over 55s. And although this is in Streatley Ward, it is only just by a gnat's whisker in Streatley Ward and will very much affect the residents in our ward. A petition of 300 people printed, here it is, from the same file that was sent to officers. So I do not understand why they've said they can only see the one page. 300 residents, predominantly in the Feasey Park Farm ward, supporting action to develop both this site and Moreton Avenue to provide much needed retirement properties. And that petition was only collected over the space of a week. There is a need in this area, and I would respectfully ask that the planning committee agree to overturn the planner's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Just about did that. Right. This is the time where you have time to ask your questions to any of the speakers with regards to the application before us. Do I have any indications for such questions, please? I have Councillor Sandra, representing the Streatley Ward.
Thank you, Chair. This is a question to Mr. Robson. Mr. Robson, within the report, it refers to the viability study. For the benefit of the members, would you like to elaborate on that, please?
Yes, thank you. So I recognise, having worked on applications within your council's area for longer than I can recall now, 20 odd years, more maybe, that there are important policies in relation to open space and affordable housing. So knowing the challenge with bringing forward remediation of this site, the below ground issues, the above ground issues, we knew that we were going to face a challenge delivering affordable housing and delivering open space contributions. There is a need for affordable housing, I acknowledge that. The only way to deal with that matter is to prepare a viability assessment. That is a viability assessment we submitted with the application. It is on the public file, and it demonstrates that the scheme is unviable with the quota of affordable housing and open space contributions. Be that as it may, I understand and recognise the importance to do all we possibly can on this, which is why we have offered £100,000 towards those matters. Thank you.
If I may, Chair, could I just have a follow-up on there? Mr. Robson, whilst we've got here, can you comment on the objection from Highways, please?
Yes, I can. I'm just bringing up their comments. It seems to me, if I may say, that the highway officers have assessed this scheme as if it were an open market scheme. And that is important, in my opinion, because the quantum of traffic and the nature of the movements associated with an elderly person scheme will be different to an open market scheme. And on page 120 of your report, you can see the second paragraph on the transport comments where it's referenced that the council cannot control the development to over 55s, which I don't agree with for the reasons that I've briefly set out. And so from that point forward, the highway comments are predicated on a different scheme. Be that as it may, I'm very happy for us to look at the proposed call ahead gate system, and we could remove that if that was felt by the committee to be a positive move. We can look again at the swept path analysis. We have a specialist highway consultant that has engaged on this and prepared a transport statement, so we can certainly look at that. But I don't see anything in terms of any intensification of vehicular trips compared to the previous petrol station use. So I do regrettably have some difficulties with the comments that have been set out. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I've got John Murray indicating. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, thank you, Chairman. It's a question really for the officer and probably for legal as well. From what I can gather, Miss Lishman is the owner of the land adjacent to this site and either owns the trees or owns the land upon which the trees grow. And she doesn't seem to want the trees to be trimmed down. So where do we stand in a legal sort of sense if she says, well, you're not cutting my trees down, and the developer says, well, if we can't cut the trees down, you know, the development doesn't go ahead. Is there some sort of compulsory kind of, not compulsory purchase, you know, but compulsory cutting down of trees or something that can be applied by the developer against Ms. Lishman's wishes? You know, just what is the legal situation here?
I think I'll ask Sharon to comment, but from my point of view, John, no, we can't compel the lady to accept cutting the trees down. However, if this were to be approved and built, then of course you buy what you see. That's the first thing. But secondly, anybody then would have the opportunity to apply the High Hedges Act, which is administered by the council, to force those trees to be cut. Is that correct, Sharon?
Yes, Chair. Sorry about that. Yeah, if the trees are on land which is privately owned from the development, then you cannot compel somebody to go onto that land and cut those trees down, because that will be trespass. There is high hedges legislation, as you have said, Chair. However, there are requirements within the high hedges legislation, and it would be a matter of looking whether this particular situation fell within the criteria for that. Does that answer the question?
I think so. From my point of view, yes, John?
It does. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
You can put your legacy hand down, John. Thank you. Right. Can I ask the question myself, Michael? In the viability statement, can you please tell me what the exact bottom line was? What was the requirement? Our officers haven't reviewed it, which it clearly says in the report, which I'm disappointed with, but can you tell me what the conclusion was in total? What would have been the contribution from that report?
The total contribution, as I understand it, is in the order of £500,000.
No, that's what's in the report, 590,000, 490,000. What did your viability statement say was able to be paid?
Zero. And it made an assumption of about 480,000. So it wasn't far off what has actually come out through the application process.
Right. Okay. Any further questions to either of the speakers, please? No? Right. Any questions to officers then? The speakers now obviously don't have the opportunity to speak anymore. Councillor Samra?
Thank you, Chair. This is a question to Andy. Andy, you make reference in the report that we've got concerns regarding noise, yet we've got all the statutory consultees have obviously been consulted, and there's on there, you've got no objections whatsoever on the noise. So why have we raised concerns?
Thank you, Chair and Councillor. We're basing our commentary on pollution control. They're saying that they required a further assessment of the document. What they are actually saying is they were comfortable with the original assessment, but they wanted further work to be undertaken. And as we haven't got that, we have included that as a reason for refusal.
Any further question, Councillor Samra?
I have, Chair. Yes, Andrew. Also on the highways objection. I mean, previously in this site's old life, this was a petrol station. I mean, one would have thought that would have generated far more traffic than this development is going to generate. So I've got concerns about the highways report. Are you going to take that, or is Kevin going to take that?
We're advised by the local highway authority. What I would say is, notwithstanding my colleague, Mr. Robson, we have taken advice. We cannot condition the over 55s. Firstly, because it breaches the Equality Act, but it's almost impossible to actually write a condition that would actually be enforceable, so wouldn't meet the 6 tests. And even if the applicant wanted to take it and members wanted to impose it, it would be an unlawful condition that we'd be unable to actually impose. But hopefully the Highway Authority can give some further advice.
Kevin Gannon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope you can hear me. If I refer members to page 120, it says in the transport statement there's provision for 53 parking spaces. When we assessed it for over 55s, We were happy with that. But if you look at the report, it says, unfortunately, this cannot be justification in planning terms. So just for correction, Highways weren't objecting to the original, but this is a planning matter that this has been brought up. But what I would say is that if it was for open market, yes, we would require a higher parking provision. But based on what was submitted in the application, we weren't per se objecting to the parking level.
Okay. I'll take a question from Councillor Mark Statham. I'll come back to you if you have another question, Councillor Samra. Mark Statham.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question on seeking clarification on the heritage report and the relationship to Dellbank Farm. Would it be right in asserting that it's purely subjective? It's somebody's opinion based on what they see rather than any guidance? And how can we compare that when we had a petrol station previously? Now we're talking about a development, one got permission and this one is subject to refusal.
Thank you, Councillor. That is an interesting question. The petrol filling station was actually a long-established petrol filling station, and it happened, as you've already heard, there are significant trees along the boundary that screened it. The petrol filling station was very low and small in comparison to what's being put before you today. The scale of the building proposed is what the conservation officer, your technical advisor in heritage impacts, is saying is having an impact. The relationship to the grade 2 listed building, there's no specific set distance that it can have an impact. And what they're saying is because of the scale, because that is over the trees, that in their opinion, as a professional conservation specialist, that it would have a genuine harm to the listed building. There is a requirement in the legislation that any decision should enhance or preserve the quality of a heritage asset. The conservation area and the listed building are both heritage assets.
Perhaps I can ask a question. There doesn't appear to be an objection from, I think it's Mr. Perry who lives in that listed building. With no objection from there, I presume he was consulted.
Whether someone objects or not isn't actually necessarily a material consideration, and they don't have to object for us to be required to actually take it into account. It's really down to what the stat cons would actually respond to. And I say our specialist, the conservation officer, is saying that it is a harm. It has harm to not only the conservation area, but also the listed building. And that is a material consideration in the determination of the application.
Is that a legacy hand, Mark, or is that another question? Thank you.
Chair, apologies.
Thank you. Councillor Samra.
Thank you, Chair. Andrew, page 119 of the report. I mean, you've acknowledged yourself the impact of this proposal on neighbours' amenities is considered to be limited in this instance. You've also said the design of this satisfies the SPD. Maybe you'd like to comment on that. That's obviously the report that's before us this evening.
To be fair, Councillor, the impact to neighbours, excluding the greenbelt and excluding the conservation area impacts, because the separation distance and the separation distance that you'd normally consider within your policies, which are set out in the design guide, it has limited impact. That doesn't mean to say it doesn't have a significant impact to the conservation area or the grade 2 listed building. They're two separate different things. Residents, because it's isolated, the building itself would be isolated. There's no actual nearby residential properties that would probably be harmed. Although from an outlook point of view, you could say some of the residents would be harmed.
Would you perhaps not agree, Andrew, that this, if we look at the viability statement, which we haven't, Mr. Robson, who I've known for many years, says that it showed that there was no contribution available. As chairman of the Housing and Land Board in the Combined Authority, we come across schemes of this nature on a regular basis, and the applicant is applying for a grant for that viability gap. Would you not agree that if we are to look at supporting this, and obviously in my area where it is, that the viability gap is important?
Chair, it's important when we consider the lack of contribution for Section 106s, but it wouldn't be sufficient to overcome all the other harms. If there is a request to seek monies through a grant and members chose to actually recommend this for approval, firstly, we'd have to report to the Secretary of State because it is a departure from the development plan and it's a significant departure. But we would also be required to actually run the viability assessment and take into account any grant funding.
Which, if the viability assessment was run by the district auditor, we could end up with a zero contribution from that decision. Is that correct?
It could be. It depends on how the viability is written. If the independent assessor takes the view that they have sufficient information to be able to make a judgment and they agree with the figures, it could be zero. They might say that that it hasn't fully taken into account, ask for more information, and actually find monies. I'm not an independent assessor. We would have to rely on whatever they gave us.
Okay. Councillor Sammy, you wish to come back?
Sorry, Chair. No, thank you.
Okay. I don't know whether Kevin Gannon can answer this question, but I know the answer to it. Is there not a bus stop literally across the road in Dowbank Lane, which would take people, should they wish, on public transport to the Collingwood Centre, which has a range of shops, and indeed to the community centre, which I should come to when we talk and debate?
Mr. Chairman, sorry, I can't confirm that. Obviously, when we did the appraisal, we were looking at access to the shops in relation to the location of the site. I couldn't confirm that, sorry.
As the ward councillor, I'll answer that question myself when we come to debate. I just thought you might want to add that from the transport statement. Okay. Any other questions to office? Oh, Councillor Harris, and then I've got Councillor Robertson. I apologise, I didn't see hands. Councillor Anthony Harris.
Thank you. Can you hear me, sir? As long as I press the right button.
Can indeed.
Right. Can I ask you, Andrew, a particular question here on relevant policies in relation to planning applications, and in particular to decision making. The NPPF sets out the view that local planning authorities should approach decisions in a positive and creative way. They should use the full range of planning tools available and work proactively with applicants to ensure development that will improve the economic, social and environmental conditions. Now, Councillor Andrews referred to the fact that there is a need. Have you used all, can I answer this? Have you used all the tools in your toolbox to be as creative as you could be in relation to this application?
Councillor, thank you. Ideally, yes, we would. However, this is one of our legacy applications that got caught up when we lost the staff. And my instruction has been to deliver it to Planning Committee and not carry out any further negotiations. So we've written the report. If members were minded to approve, we would want to take the opportunity to do some improvements to the project. Certainly overcome some of the concerns that our consultees have raised, certainly the technical elements. But as I say, it was part of our legacy cases.
Before I call into, sorry, Councillor Ian Robertson, can I just revisit this these over 55s? I hear what you say. When did the rules change, Andrew, that we couldn't do this?
Well, the government continues to change and evolve their policies, but it was really with the, as the NPPF has bedded in over the last 10 years and court decisions have been made, it's become clear that there are certain conditions now that we would have relied on in the past. And I've known Michael for a very long time and we've used similar conditions over the years between us. But we have taken legal advice, and it would not meet, I'm afraid, the Equality Act, and it certainly would not now be enforceable based on the very current advice that the government is giving regarding planning conditions.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, the planning conditions are being relaxed every day, as we saw today with the white paper that's before Parliament. The reason I asked that question is in 2005, we agreed a planning application for 43 retirement apartments for the elderly with a visitor suite on Chester Road in Streatley, which of course is still there. And I think, without being rude to my colleagues from Aldridge, Aldridge has become the retirement capital of Walsall, with a substantial amount of elderly persons accommodation, which are occupied by those elderly people, to their benefit, I think. Andrew, you wish to come back on that?
Yes, sorry, Councillor, I'm very aware of that particular property that you've referred to, and there is a condition that was imposed. Unfortunately, there have been a number of requests for people less than 50 to actually live in the accommodation, and we have endeavoured to try and enforce it, but we've been pushed back on quite a few occasions. So as far as we're concerned, unfortunately, we cannot now enforce that age limit on that particular property. That's why we're also...
Yeah, it will be a matter for the marketing of, well, by the applicant and then marketing thereon.
Yes, I'm afraid the over 55 element we have no control over that. It would be a matter for the developer to choose to do that. So we can only assess the application as open market housing, I'm afraid.
Okay. Councillor Ian Robertson, I apologise for the delay, Ian.
Okay, thank you, Chair. It mentions about the health impact assessment. How far has that gone? Because this would increase the numbers of clients, for the local health economy. I mean, you could tilt it towards elderly if there was something of a discount for elderly people. There are some schemes like that. I'm just wondering how the health impact assessment has been done, how well developed it is.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm afraid we don't have a health impact assessment from the applicant. Again, as I referred to one of your colleagues, it's one of our legacy cases, and we were instructed to deliver the report rather than actually do further negotiation. As officers, that's disappointing. We'd always try to negotiate and get additional documentation, but in this instance, we have been unable to.
I have to say that I've had a hand in that, not particularly for this application, but I might have done. There are some applications on tonight which are over 2 years old, and I think we have a duty to those applicants to decide them. And there comes a time when the various iterations need to come to a head, and I think that's how this has arrived here. We have other applications in the system, and I'm embarrassed as the chairman to say that we are now trying to catch up on those legacy applications, and people like Michael Robson and other agents ring me on a regular basis. When's this going to get to committee? Well, this is the answer. We get this to committee as quickly as we can, Michael, and that's why it's here. I don't have any other hands raised. I do. I apologise. Councillor Aftab-Nawaz?
Yeah, just a quick one for Andrew. Councillor Andrew, sorry, mentioned about the fact that many people in the area wish to downsize, and there is a local need. Have we taken that into account when we've looked at this application, the local need of the population there?
Thank you, Councillor. The answer is yes. In 2019, January 2019, the council, including yourselves, adopted the sites allocation document in addition to the existing Black Country Core strategy. So we have land available up until 2026 and beyond for all forms of housing, so that you don't have to build on the Greenbelt. So that is in the report. We have confirmed that, and that is part of the assessment. So if members were to recommend approval, they would have to demonstrate why this is an exception to our existing development plan.
Andrew, along those lines, would it not be fair to say that you are aware, and certainly the elected members on this committee are aware, for the last 5 years going through the Black Country Core strategy, I have consistently and persistently campaigned to take redundant petrol stations and redundant pubs out of the Greenbelt status, which I appreciate has not achieved it yet, but that has been my campaign for at least 5 years. Is that correct?
Chairman, that is correct. However, it's not for the planning or the development management process to actually drive planning policy. My understanding is as long as the applicant included this site in a call for sites, it would be assessed as part of the Black Country Core strategy and could be put forward as a housing scheme, as is the land around it. There is, as we've mentioned in the report, the landowner or landowners have included the land as a call for sites for housing. And that is the most appropriate way to actually pursue this site, which I've advised both you and Councillor Andrew over the years and previous landowners as well.
This may be an unfair question because you may not know the answer. In that call for sites, I know the answer, by the way. In that call for sites, is it not a fact that the field containing the trees is in that call for sites?
Yes, Councillor, we are aware of that. It doesn't necessarily mean that it will come forward as a potential development site, but it is in the call for sites. So it does seem a bit perverse that this site is left out of that wider call for sites, given what's going on around it. What I'd also say is, obviously, if members were to recommend approve and this got built, it would prejudice land around it, because obviously you've got windows to the development pretty much on the boundary. So we haven't included that as a reason for refusal.
I understand that.
But that is a concern.
Well, actively being involved in the call for sites, the amount of greenbelt sites, of which the one with the trees are on, is within that curtilage and discussion for now and for the future, along with many other, which are about 100 in Walsall, and varying smaller numbers in Dudley, Wolverhampton, Sandwell, and of course the whole of the Black Country in general. So I see no indications for any further hands, so I'll move to debate. Can I just say that, as Councillor Andrew, who can no longer speak now, he is quite right. This is in the Streatley ward, but in actual fact is predominantly targeted towards the people in Feasey. Now, Feasey, until recently, was unique as it had the highest elderly population in the borough. That's now, I think, been overtaken by Aldridge because of the number of elderly persons accommodation, over 55s we'll call it, but let's call it elderly persons accommodation. Unique in this way, Feasey, we have second and third generation families in Feasey. Now, this is exacerbated during the COVID crisis, that they have relied upon their relatives, and indeed the community centre, which I indicated earlier, where we have 1,600 people go through there every week. Mainly people over the age of 60, 65, many of which, some of which have approached us personally to say they want to stay in the ward. They want to stay with their families. However, they don't have that opportunity. The opportunity they have is to continue with the 3 and 4 bedroom, when they throw up 3-bedroom houses, which they've lived in probably since they were born, or to uproot and go to the nearest one, which is in Woodend Lane on the Sutton Road, or indeed to Aldridge, which is 4 to 5 miles away. We all know what we've suffered in COVID, and those elderly people, which I'm one, were in actual fact at risk without that community support. So I think there is an element more to substantiate that local need, which Councillor Aftab Nawaz has quite eloquently put to the members of the committee tonight. Local need is important, in my view, and is a material consideration for building in the Greenbelt. So do I have any other contributions in the debate, please? Councillor Samra.
Thank you, Chair. As you rightly pointed out, this site is actually in Streatley ward. However, it connects Streatley and Feasey. As we've heard this evening, this is a previously developed brownfield site, and there was a petrol station on there for a number of years. This site obviously has been redundant now, and we saw from the pictures earlier that the overgrowth, it's very unsightly. Rightly so, it would benefit the residents of Feasey. It would also benefit the residents of Streatley. I can tell you as a ward councillor, I've had no one approach me to object against this application. I think it would be very good for the area. We've seen, I think the developer has come up with a very good scheme. And although the planning officer has said that we cannot condition it to over 55s, I'm sure the developer would look at the need in the areas, and then any development would be appropriate to that extent.
Yes. And I think, I have to say, I would accept that this is quite a large structure, but planning is very subjective. I remember when I was responsible for getting the money for the art gallery, and people who love it and people who hate it. I can't say as I'm a supporter of the art in there, but it's part of Walsall's heritage. But, you know, sometimes people say it's an iconic building, as many are throughout the country. Others, I think, how do they get to that stage? So, you know, it is very subjective. But I do take on board what you say. There is a need in the area, both in, well, particularly in Feasey and also in Streatley. So there we are. You know, I think it is also very interesting in the call for sites that the site in which the trees sit, as I say, is being put forward by, I presume, promoters. May not be the lady who's the owner, but certainly engaged on her behalf to try and get housing on that site. So it's a bit perverse, really. Councillor Mark Statham.
Thank you, Chair. Just to reiterate Councillor Sambra's point, the eyeball site looks bad, but I'm more concerned about the environmental issues under the ground with regard to petrol tanks. And clearly the removal of them is a positive benefit. You know, we don't want to sit on a time bomb for the future with leaking tanks or, you know, liability going forward.
Well, thank you, Mark. Whilst I've not seen the viability statement, it wouldn't take the wit of man to say that the majority of the focus would be on the ground conditions and the contaminants within there, of which I've seen over the last 40 years in the Black Country to be the biggest drawback from any development going forward. Councillor Sam, you wish to come back?
Sorry, Chair.
Right. Well, you've had a meaningful debate. Do I have a resolution from anybody? Councillor Samra?
Yes, sir. Chair, I mean, I move we approve this proposal, and I do so, as you alluded to earlier, on the following reasons. This, as I've already said, is a previously developed brownfield site in a greenbelt location that has previously been developed. Now, the very special circumstances for the development in the greenbelt are, for this site, there's a local need. Councillor Andrew has alluded to earlier that a petition has been delivered to the planning department where they've shown that there's definitely a need for this. And this would greatly benefit the residents of Feasey Park Farm and also the residents of Streatley. Also, public records also indicate that redundant sites like this often find themselves by accident in the greenbelt. And this should also be viewed as a very special circumstance for the development to be supported. Highways, we've heard about the highways. However, this was previously a petrol station, a very busy petrol station from my recollection, which generated far more traffic than this development would be. And if the committee were minded to approve my motion, we've already heard from the applicant that they are prepared to offer £100,000 for the Section 106 requirement, which could obviously be split between public open space and social housing. Thank you, Chair.
Is that seconded?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Stu. Can I just, before I move on to a vote on that, I think it would be important to add, with your permission, Councillor Samra, that it would be subject to a satisfactory tracking plan to be presented to our Highways Department for their approval, and also that a review from the applicant on the call gate system to eliminate that which Mr. Robson offered on his behalf of his client. I will just put that, if you just nod your head, Mr. Robson, are you happy with that? Okay. And so therefore we have, can I just ask Sharon Bennett Matthews to, sorry, I've got Kevin Gannon there indicating before we go any further. Kevin?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. All I wanted to say is if members were minded to support developments, I just wanted to say that we would ask for some supplementary information, as you've alluded to, into the tracking and the waste management, but also perhaps an update on the previous over 55s on the parking provision, and also just slightly more information on the access down to the shops, just in terms of sustainability. Thank you.
I have John Grant indicating. John?
Okay.
From Environmental Services.
Thank you. If members are minded to approve the application, May I suggest that the technical considerations that we've raised in terms of noise mitigation and ground contaminants are suitably addressed. These are essentially technical matters that can be accommodated with further work and a suitable scheme for sound insulation and ventilation.
That's accepted, I think. Mr. Robson's nodding his head. Councillor Samra, are you accepting my additions?
I am, Chair, yes. Thank you.
Okay. Right, I'll put that to the vote. And as
Sorry,
we have
Chair.
Sorry, Sharon, my apologies.
Okay.
If you would read it out, please.
Yeah, can I just check? Okay, so we have that there are very special circumstances. Very special circumstances are previously developed brownfield site. There is a local need which would benefit the residents of Feasley, I got. Councillor Samra, and you said somewhere else?
I said Streetley as well.
Streetley, yeah.
Streetley as well. It's a redundant site in the green belt. It was previously a petrol station, sorry, which generated more traffic. And then we've got some additions from yourself, Councillor Bird, subject to tracking.
The satisfactory tracking plan, yeah.
Satisfactory tracking plan, sorry, let me get that down. Tracking plan, a review on the call gate system.
The call gate system to be removed, I think.
Removed. And supplementary information on the tracking, waste management, parking provision and access to the shops and sustainability. And then I've got noise and ground contamination.
Yeah, and for members' benefits, as I understand it, I see Andrew's got his hand up. He may be going to say what I'm going to say. If he does, he'll put his hand down. Of course, because it's a departure, it would have to be referred to the Secretary of State's office. Is that correct, Andrew?
That is correct, but it's also, there are other conditions that we'd have to bring to bear. There's not least archaeological, because they've said that there might be remains, and we have to deal with that. Materials, finishes,
yeah.
There's a range of things, including the landscaping. We'd like the opportunity to try and pull all that together from the consultee responses that we've had. We will obviously draft those and share those with the applicant. But I can't list all of the conditions that we'd need.
I understand that. I mean, it is in the report. But Mr. Robson, you can't speak, but you can nod your head. Are you comfortable with that? Yes? Okay, I'll take a vote and it has to be on a roll call. I would indicate that Councillor Chatter joined the meeting, but she's not allowed to vote as she came after the debate had started. So I'll take myself. I am in favour. Councillor Perry?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Craddock?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Harris?
In favour.
Councillor Dukes?
In favour.
Councillor Murray?
In favour.
Councillor Nawaz?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Nazir? Nazir, are you on with me?
In favour, Chair. Sorry about that.
Councillor Wassab?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Robertson?
In favour.
Councillor Samra?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Sarowi?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Statham?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Waters? Councillor Waters?
Waters has her microphone turned off.
Vera, I think you've got your mic off.
Chair, I'm all right now. In favour, Chair.
Thank you very much. Right, that is agreed, subject to the conditions we've outlined. Sharon, would you like to read out the decision, please?
Yes, Planning Committee have resolved to grant planning permissions in accordance with the reasons that I have previously read out. Chair, thank you.
As an aside, I think it was accepted by the applicant that a contribution of £100,000 towards the 106 and the signing of a 106 is endemic within that.
Yes, it is indeed, Chair. So it's a grant planning permission subject to the reasons that I've read out previously and also subject to a Section 106 agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for attending, Councillor Andrew, Councillor Robson, Michael Robson and Ms Lishman. We move on then to back to...
Chair, I'll go and get my coat. I feel cold.
Listen, mate, I'm always out in the cold. Can we take then back now? I'm going to take the item, if I may, which is the Manor Hospital. I know that's out of order, but my colleague, Councillor Perry, I don't want him jumping in and out of the meeting. Is that all right with you, Gary?
It is, Chair, yeah.
Right, you've got time to put the kettle on then. So if you disappear now, and can I ask the officer or ICT to confirm that Councillor Perry has left the meeting?
Bear with me, Chair. Yes, he's left the meeting, Chair.
Yeah, I'm going to deal with the declaration of interest in that order. I'm taking Councillor Perry, then because Councillor Salmon's got an interest, I should take him out of the meeting until such time that the debate goes forward. Are you happy with that? Right. Okay, I'll just wait for Councillor Nazir to come back. I don't think he's disappeared. Right, I don't know where he's going to get his coat from. Perhaps he's in the cloakroom. Kevin, you've got your hand up. Is that a legacy hand, as we call it, rather than an old hand?
Sorry, Chair.
Right. Councillor Nazir is still connected. He may be in the room. I can't see him on the, but he's there. Righty-ho then. Let's take the A&E, item number 2, which is the Manor Hospital.
Chair, I've admitted Mr. Paul Wood.
Right.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Is it okay if I commence?
Indeed, please do.
Okay. Righto, the application is for a new A&E and various other bits and pieces at the Manor Hospital. The red line shows the extent of the current application, but you can see it is set in the grounds of the existing Manor Hospital. That was only rebuilt less than 10 years ago, and these are further additions to improve the services that are available to Walsall residents up until I think it was 2024. The predictions are for the growth of about 14,000 additional patients coming through A&E. So that's the site. Just so you can see it in its context, it is currently car parking at the moment. The proposal does reduce the parking overall by 40 spaces, but the applicant has agreed to a travel plan, which will be secured through a Section 106 to help move from personal transport to other modes of transport, including sustainable options.
Hello, Chair. Chair, may I just interject if you don't mind? Councillor Chatter has joined the meeting. She had commenced before the start of this.
Yes, I knew that. I did make an announcement to say she joined the meeting, but she wasn't allowed to vote on the last one.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay. Based on this plan, as you can see it, and I'll show you some more images in a moment, from an impact on neighbours visually, it is a view that because the structure which is going to be in this sort of location will have limited impact on the surrounding residential properties, purely because they're seeing it in the context of a hospital site. Notwithstanding that, Pollution Control have some concerns regarding noise from the proposed plant, but that's being dealt with through planning conditions. So the A&E, the new A&E will look something like this, and this is just to give you an illustration of the scale of the entrance and the rest of the building. The building, as already stated, would be sitting in this location in relation to the rest of the building. So you can see it is actually quite a long way away from existing houses, although there are some houses which are nearby, some of which are in the ownership of the trust themselves. This is just to show that the building is actually this footprint, and my understanding is the existing A&E is going to have some further upgrades relating to a general upgrade of the hospital. There's additional parking here and here as part of it, but I say overall there is a reduction of 40 spaces. There's some works to the access roads, so for ambulances and to make it easier for people to get to and from the A&E itself. And there is a secure plant enclosure here and also an oxygen cylinder going over here. So this is just to show you the proposed drainage plan. We've currently got an objection from the Lead Flood Authority. We had hoped by committee that we'd have resolved that. We're still awaiting and chasing the local Lead Flood Authority to give us commentary. So the recommendation does take account of that. Just so you can show the internals. My understanding of the ethos of the A&E is that it's going to be zoned into areas, and I'm sure the speaker will explain a little bit more of that. It makes it easier to move people through A&E, so hopefully they can be recovered and either dispatched or enter into the hospital themselves. This is the bit that will be refurbished to upgrade, and the actual proposed structure actually joins onto it. This is part of the upper floor and some additional longer stay A&E wards or spaces. And then obviously you've got the roof plant, just a bit more roof plant. To give you some idea of the visuals, it's part 2-story, part single-story with some screening that's a bit taller, just to give it some mass. As you can see here, the elevations, this is the main, or will be the main entrance. Again, just a different view, so you can see there's the entrance. I use that as the key point. That's the visual that you saw earlier. Again, some views just so you can understand how it, or see the site. These are the terraced houses that I was referring to earlier. But they're far enough away for it not to have a particular impact. There's obviously some temporary buildings that we gave permission to a while ago for additional ward space. Again, this is the emergency department as it stands at the moment. We're essentially standing in the building, looking back at the existing situation. Most of the older part of the hospital is actually low, single story. There's some higher elements included. But most of the A&E units will be hidden pretty much from the main street scenes. Again, just some general views so you can see the wider location and the car park. And again, a bit more car parking. The car parks generally are fairly well utilised. Again, this is part of the car park that will be upgraded. And then based on what we have before us, we are recommending an approval. I would say that we did actually do the pre-application for this in 2017, and we have worked very quickly with consultees to try and bring this to planning committee to try and keep pace with the current timeframes that the NHS are working to get this out the ground. Where it is recommended approval as set out in the report and the supplementary, subject to resolving a couple of issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a speaker. Whose name I haven't got at the moment. Beth?
Hello, Chair. Yes, the speaker's name is Mr. Wood.
Mr. Wood. Is just the one speaker?
That's correct. He's speaking in support of the application.
Good. Well, unlike the wait time in A&E, we'll take you now for 2 minutes, Mr. Wood, if we may.
I think he's on mute, Chair.
Yeah. Can you take yourself off mute, Mr. Wood?
Yes, Chair, he's still on mute at the moment.
Mr. Wood, if you can hear me, can you press your button on your toolbar on the microphone to take you off mute, please?
Chair, he's just leaving the meeting.
You're going to dial back in?
Yeah, I'll try and get him back, Chair.
Okay. Yes, Paul Wood is coming in.
Okay, he's now in the meeting, Chair.
Hello, Mr. Wood. We can hear you now.
Yeah,
You
apologies
have-
for that.
That's
Apologies
all
for
right. Yeah. You've been to the hearing section in the hospital, I hope. Or speech
So-
therapy. Right, you have 2 minutes, at which we'll hear your contribution, and we'll take it from there, if we may, Mr. Wood. So I will start the clock now. So your 2 minutes begin.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a very important development for the local hospital and for the local population area. As some of the councillors will probably recognise and have experienced, the current existing ED department is very inadequate in terms of provision of modern healthcare, and also was built at a time when there was only expected to be about 150 patients a day. We're now experiencing nearly 300 patients a day. So this is a very important development, which was part of the bigger picture of trying to re-provide the whole of Walsall Hospital, which, as your planner alluded to, started 10 years ago. In terms of the issues around car parking and the provision of car parking, as you've seen from our plans, we have re-provided 100 out of the 140 spaces that were going to be lost as a result of this development on a car parking site. And we do have some potential options to find the other 40 spaces in the future with a piece of land across the road from the hospital, which is owned by the trust, which at the moment has a building on which is planned to be demolished in about 18 months' time. And we're also willing, as an NHS trust, obviously, to work with the council on the action plan around the travel plan of the Section 106. So we are trying everything possible to obviously minimise the level of traffic that would be associated with this particular development. But it is a major development for both the borough and for the hospital.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. You were succinct there. Just managed your 2 minutes. Okay. Over to members then. Do we have any questions to the speaker, please? No? Any questions to officers? No? To debate then? I think we all welcome this. I have to say I pay tribute to Eddie Hughes, our MP, who's been campaigning for the money to get this hospital built. Councillor Sammy, you had a hand up there?
No, sir, just to second what you've said there, Chair. I agree. I mean, this is a great welcome. Any improvement to local healthcare can only benefit the residents of Walsall.
Indeed. Councillor Craddock?
Yes, Chair, thank you. This is a huge upgrade to the A&E department. It's very welcome investment, both in the town and in the facilities that we've got. And I very much welcome the scheme, and I'd like to move approval.
I'd like to second that. And in doing so, I hope anyway, this will cement the presence of the Manor Hospital in Walsall for many years to come. As I go back a few years when there was a look into merge it with New Cross. No, this is our hospital, this is Walsall Manor, and this is an improvement, hopefully, for the greater benefit of Walsall people. I'm proud to second that, and I will take the vote in a roll call if I may. So, sorry, looking for his documents. Just take this. Here we are. Right, Councillor Bird, I'm in favour. Councillor Perry can't vote. Councillor Paul Bott is not here. Councillor Chatter?
In favour.
Councillor Craddock?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Harris?
In favour.
Councillor Hickin can't connect, by the way, he has tried. Councillor Dukes?
Favour.
Councillor Murray?
In favour.
Councillor Nawaz?
Agreed, Chair.
Councillor Nazir? Councillor Nazir? you're on
In
mute.
favour, Chair. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Rassab?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Robertson?
In favour.
Councillor Samra?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Sarewi?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Statham?
Favour, Chair.
Councillor Waters?
In favour, Chair.
Thank you. Sharon, would you like to read that out, please?
Thank you, Chair. Committee has resolved to grant planning permission in accordance with the committee officer recommendation in the committee report. The amended officer recommendation is set out in page 2 of the supplementary paper to delegate to the interim head of planning planning and building control to grant planning permission subject to conditions, the amended conditions, the amendments in the supplementary paper, and a Section 106 agreement to secure a travel plan, and subject to satisfactory revised drainage scheme, the amendments and finalising of planning conditions, and no further comments from statutory consultees raising material planning considerations not previously addressed, overcoming the outstanding objections raised by the lead local flood authority. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr Wood, can I thank you for your attendance, and I hope I don't have to use the improved facilities anytime soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right. Councillor Craddock, can you lower your legacy hand or go to the hospital with it? Right, the next item I intend to take is Councillor Samra's application at his property. So can I ask you to leave the meeting, Councillor Samra? And can I ask ICT to confirm that he has been disconnected, and also ask Councillor Perry to rejoin the meeting? Now, while we're waiting for Gary to rejoin, this is item 11, which is 44 Mellish Road.
Chair, Councillor Samra has left the meeting.
Thank you. Can we record that, please? I know it's on tape, but Councillor Perry, you rejoined us?
Just calling him now, Chair.
Councillor Perry back with us?
It doesn't look as if he is just yet, Chair.
Ah. I'll send him a text.
I'm trying again, Chair. It's calling.
Sorry about the delay.
Councillor Perry's now back with us, Chair.
You're back in the room, Gary?
I am, sir. Thank you.
Just snap my fingers to make sure you're with us. Right, we're taking item 44 Mellish Road. This is item 11 on page 187, and this is the house where Councillor Samra lives, hence he is now disconnected from this meeting. Right, do we have any speakers on this?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Sorry, Chair. Yes, we do. We have 4 speakers on this. We have a Mr. Brooks, Mr. Singh, Mr. Malley, and Mr. Bainham Hughes.
Okay. Well, are they all in the room?
They're now all in the room, Chair.
I feel like one of those hypnotists, you know. Right. Andrew White, can you do the presentation? And I'll just say for the people who are in the room as speakers.
Chair, somebody's again.
Can we have Tina, I think that. Somebody may have YouTube on while they're in this meeting. I would ask them to turn it off, please. Thank you. Right. The format will be, as I said earlier, the presentation will be done by the planning officer. I will take the objectors to the application first, and then the supporters of the application afterwards. Andrew White.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to get it to share, if you can bear with me. Okay, hopefully you can see a plan before you.
We can, we've got a block plan.
Excellent. I'll start then. Okay, the application is for a property at 44 Mellish Road. I'll highlight Rushwood Close. The reason being is we have concerns regarding the relationship to these properties, but I also highlight number 40 at Maddish Road because we've also got concerns regarding the relationship to that property too. As you can see, it's in a residential area of age and different designs. The aerial photograph shows that there are trees in the location, not least some trees here, a couple of which are protected by TPO, but also generally it's a tree-lined location. The proposal is to construct a first floor side extension and a first floor rear extension to the property. This also highlights the relationship with 2 and 4 Rushwood Close, and you'll note the garden distances to the properties. This is the existing house as it stands today. It's previously been extended on a number of occasions, not least to add the garage at this point, and also this on the other side of the house, plus also extensions at the rear. And the proposal is to add, the first floor side extension, which essentially gives this elevation to the residence in Rushwood Close, and then a rear first floor extension adjacent to number 40. Number 40 is actually over here, and this is the first floor element next to Rushwood. This is the 4th application of similar extensions that have been processed at this particular property. The first one was in 2007, and it was refused for the impact on the neighbours of Rushwood Close because of the scale and size of and closeness of the extension, and the impact on the outlook, plus also the impact it would have on a protected tree. That went to appeal, and the planning inspector agreed with the council's assessment and dismissed the applicant's appeal against the refusal. As you can see, at that time, there was no extension near to number 40. After the dismissed appeal, they submitted a revised application that did reduce the scale of the side extension, but it was determined that that would still have a similar impact to the residents and the tree, although at this time there was a technical document submitted that showed how they would overcome the impact to the tree. The applicant submitted a further application in 2009, which actually did not include the technical element for the trees. So again, the application was refused, both for the impact on the neighbours and also the tree, and it pretty much replicated the application, the earlier application of 2008. Just so I can show you a slightly different angle and the context. The house that we're talking about is this property here, and we're also talking about the relationship of these properties to that side extension, and this property and its relationship to the first floor rear. So this is just to show you, again, a slightly different angle. Again, you can start to see the relationship. These gardens are small in comparison, and the planning inspector recognised that, as did the council, and that is why the appeal was dismissed, and it has continued to be recommended for refusal. Essentially, it's about 9 metre separation to the boundary, and the extension would fill most of the space right next to it. The council would look for at least a 13 metre separation from habitable room windows to a blank 2-storey wall, and I'm afraid it doesn't actually meet that, which does have concerns about the impact on those residents' amenity and outlook. Turning round, again, I referred to those properties and you can start to see the trees again. There's a protected tree here and a protected tree here. Again, they've not provided or demonstrated how they can mitigate the potential harm of that particular tree. But with the current proposal, and I'll show you again the extension in a moment, now includes a first floor side extension, which we've had to do the assessment in the supplementary because we were unable to actually get to visit the property prior to writing the report. But the adjacent Dormer bungalow, Dormer property, does have habitable room windows that are very close to the boundary, and the proposal does impact on those habitable room windows, so there is a reason for refusal in the supplementary. Again, just so you can see the relationship to the neighbours, the trees themselves actually provide a significant amenity value for the location, irrespective of whether people like or dislike trees, and it is a character of the area, and that's part of the reason for refusal for the impact on the tree itself. This is a view from one of the gardens in Rushwood. Essentially, the view that you see here would disappear with a brick wall and the roof above. And given the short distance of the garden, that is considered to have an impact on their amenity and outlook, which, as I say, was agreed with by the planning inspector. Again, just a different view. This essentially would be filled with wall and roof to take out that gap and feel as though it's enclosing the gardens to the detriment of the residents. The rear of number 2 has a rear conservatory, which they quite right can do under permitted development and have done. But as you can see, they've got existing habitable room windows plus the conservatory, which brings it slightly closer. And it is that relationship to those habitable room windows, not just the conservatory, that is of concern and was of concern for the planning inspector in 2007. The tree is a sycamore, but it is, whilst the chair might have a view on sycamores, it is by our officers considered to be a decent specimen and has a very high amenity value. And certainly given the short gardens, it does actually have some benefit in screening the adjacent houses. And as I say, because it's a protected tree, we do need to see details of how the applicant would be able to address any concerns or impact on the tree, because they have no control over the owner either removing it or pruning it. It is for the applicant to actually demonstrate how they mitigate harm. Just a different view, same tree, but as you can see, it is fairly large in comparison, and the view is it would require significant pruning to actually build the extension, but also likely to have pressure brought to bear once the extension's built for it to be removed completely, which would be to the detriment of the visual amenity and also the amenity of those residents. A view from number 40, as I say, these are 2 habitable room windows. They are close to the boundary, and the intention is for a first floor rear extension that would sit in this location. Measuring it, it would have an impact on the adjacent windows, not just from the 45-degree code potentially, but also just purely the orientation. So as the sun spins round, it would have morning impact from shadowing, whereas for Rushwood Close, the shadowing would be towards the end of the day, which would have a further impact on the actual proposal, on the neighbours. So what I've been showing you is where that extension would sit to the rear. What I would like to mention, although we're not going to present the plans, yesterday the applicant did provide us with a suggested permitted development, or what the applicant could do under permitted development. And they have suggested that they could build an 8-metre single-storey rear extension off the back of the property and use that as a fallback position. Unfortunately, the way it's been drawn, which is to show it extending across the whole width of the house, would not comply with permitted development rights, and would also have to go through a formal prior approval process, which would give opportunity for neighbours to comment and also for the local planning authority to make an assessment on amenity. So it would be misdirecting the committee for us to actually show that, or even to take any account of that proposal, given that this is an existing extension. This is an existing extension and this is existing. Essentially, it's just a small element in the middle that was original. In addition, they've also provided a drawing to show that they could install a 2-storey rear extension that's 3 metres deep and be permitted development. Again, it is shown across the whole of the rear of the property. And again, it would not meet the permitted development rights because it can only be off an original rear wall. So it cannot be used to weigh harm in this instance against the impact on the neighbouring properties. So that is the reason it's not been included in this presentation. And whilst I've explained that, any further commentary on it should not be taken into account in the assessment of this particular application. Hopefully that's enough to explain. I shall conclude now, if that's okay, Chair.
Before you conclude, Andrew, the photos of Rushwood Close, when were they taken?
I think it was either the beginning of this week or the end of last, off the top of my head.
Okay. Okay. I'll take the speakers against first. Who wishes to go first? Bev, can you call me a name?
Yes, the 2 speakers against the application are Mr. Marley and Mr. Bainham Hughes. So which order?
Bev, do apologise. Is it against the resolution or the recommendation?
No, what I'm asking for is those who are against the application.
Against the application, yeah.
The objectors.
So is it against the recommendation or against it being approved?
No, the way it works is the objectors against the proposal.
That's correct.
It's always been confusing. That's the way it's always been done. It's those who are objecting to the proposal being approved, irrespective of the planning officer's recommendation. I know it's a bit confusing because you get people supporting the application, which is to refuse. But I take it in that manner, as I always have done, and I will take the people who are against the application being approved. And those are, Bev?
Again, that's Mr. Malhi and Mr. Bainham Hughes.
I'll take Mr. Bainham Hughes because it's at the top of my screen. And Mr. Bainham Hughes, you have 2 minutes. After which I will ask you to stop speaking, which will be the same for everybody this evening. So your 2 minutes start now, sir. Can you take yourself off mute? On the toolbar, there's a little microphone. That's it. I'll start your 2 minutes again if I may.
We object to the application in the strongest possible terms and support the proposal from the planning officer to refuse the application on the clear and strong grounds given in her report. Our back garden at number 4 Rushwood Close is very shallow. We have a conservatory which we use constantly. The distance from its windows to the boundary is only 9 metres 20. The garage wall of 44 Mellish Road, which is planned to be built higher, is extremely close to a boundary fence, a mere 15 centimetres 6 inches. So clearly this application is contrary to the 13-metre recommendation in Walsall's local planning documents. All previous applications have been refused, including an appeal. The appeal inspector, when examining plans for smaller developments, concluded that the extension would have an overbearing effect and unduly harm the outlook from the adjacent properties. The effect of this will increase greatly with this present application. Since 2007, plans have not been modified to accommodate objections or local rules. But the reverse has occurred. They have grown even larger in terms of scale and size. This application is a huge extension. It has increased in height to 7.5 metres and in width by a further 2.8 metres, almost the full width of my garden. The present land plan indicates a total disregard for the regulations of the UDP and the spirit of the planning policy. One further fact I would like to draw attention to is that Section 9 of this application was not completed fully. If it had been, it would have shown the applicant is the wife of an elected member of Walsall Council, Councillor for Streetley, who sits on this planning committee. To summarise, the proposed development will have a devastating effect on our outlook, not only from our conservatory and garden, but from all habitable rooms on that side of our property. We would be extremely hemmed in.
That's 2 minutes. I don't know whether you were here at the beginning of the meeting. I did get the lawyer to address the issue you just raised. Councillor Samra, it was pointed out at the beginning of this agenda, is an elected member, as opposed to what is a misnomer on there saying he was an employee. So that has been rectified.
We understand that. I understand that, but the form should have been filled in correctly and fully.
I haven't got the form to hand, but I'm sure that can be addressed. But in actual fact,
Section 9.
Sorry?
Section 9.
Yes, I know. I've read it many times.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt.
That's quite all right. And the other objector, please. Bev?
Chair, the second objector, that's Mr. Malhi, if he's present. Okay.
Mr. Malhi, then.
Hello.
Yeah, you've got 2 minutes. I'll reset my clock. So you begin speaking. I'll start my clock now.
Okay, my name is Baljeet Singh Mali, number 2 Rushwood Close. The proposal 44 Mellish Road has disregarded previous objections, is more excessive, fails to create a subservice to the house property, disregards the public domain, disregards local planning policies which are there to protect the environment and its residents. I therefore ask the council to refuse permission. The extension would mean the protected tree would need to be heavily pruned or removed. No account has been taken of this. Extension must not reduce the amenities of neighbouring properties and must comply with the residential distance standards. There will be 8.6 metre from their boundary wall to the habitable room of number 2 Rushwood Close. The height of 8 metres approximately and the width of 3.8 metres would be dominant, make us feel enclosed in an already shallow garden. Therefore, the height and mass of overwhelming brickwork, its close proximity to the boundary, loss of light, damage to our tree would have an overbearing impact on me and my family, and is clearly not in keeping with the council policies. I trust the council will take into account the well-being of all its residents and act fairly, adhering to the rules and regulations it has itself set down in its policies. I have made my objection in writing and I cannot understand why this is allowed to continue. We sincerely hope the council will take into account my views and refuse the plan. If this proposal is granted, we will appeal to the local government ombudsman for a judicial review to investigate the council's decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Marley. Now, in support of the application to be approved, I have Bev.
Hello, Chair. Yes, there is a Mr. Brooks and Mr. Singh. Thank you, Chair.
I'll take Mr. Singh first. I think he's the agent, is he not? Mr. Singh, are you with us?
Chair, I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes, as the objectors have, and I'll start my clock now, if I may, Mr. Singh. Carry on.
Thank you. The application was validated from the 12th of April 2019. I've been the agent for 13 months. Since my involvement, there's been a suit of planning officers, including Belgian.
I'm sorry, Mr. Singh. We're receiving you like Norman Collier. I don't know whether that's because of your signal or whether in actual fact it is a problem with the software, but certainly you're coming and going. We're not getting it all.
Is that better?
Yes, if you talk a little, I know you've got to canter through this, but we do need to hear what you have to say.
Yes. Okay, shall I start again?
Yes, please. I'll start the clock again.
Please. The application was validated the 12th of April 2019. I've been involved as agent for 13 months. Since my involvement, there's been a suite of planning officers, including both Rita Call, Tom O'Connor, Andrew, and since I returned to work, Jasmine.
I'm sorry, Mr. Marley, Mr. Singh, sorry, we're not getting you. And I think in view of the fact we've been threatened with a judicial review, which I don't take too kindly, I think it's important that everything's done correctly. Is it possible you could dial in? Is that possible, Bev, or IT?
Yeah.
Can we try that one rather than the video? Because we don't seem to be receiving, I think your signal might be a bit weak.
Yes, so do you want to switch me off for a second? I'll try and dial back.
Yes, Chair. Shall we
try dialing in again, Bev, please, if you would. Yes. Yes, Mr. Singh, if you can log out, Mr. Singh, and then try dialing back in, see if you can get a better line.
Chair, if he's got any other devices in the same room that are active, they may be interfering with his signal as well.
Quite right. Sometimes it's a location of the property, Steve, as you and I both know. Perhaps you can advise me, Bev, when the gentleman's back in the meeting?
Yes, of course, Chair, will do.
While we're waiting, Chair, can we have a comfort break after this one, please?
Indeed you can. Yes, I'm sorry, it was always going to be a late night. Can you admit Mr. Singh back into the room, please, Bev? All righty. Right, Mr. Singh, shall we try again?
Yes, please. Can you?
That's better. That's better.
Perfect. Okay, good.
I'll start your 2 minutes. 1 second. Okay, off you go.
The application was validated from the 12th of April 2019. I have only been the agent for the last 13 months. Since my involvement, there's been a suite of planning officers, including Baljinder Kaur, Tom O'Connor, Andrew White, and since I returned to work, Jasmine Kaur. The schemes recommended for refusal for 2 reasons. The first being the impact on the proposal will have on numbers 2 and 4 Rushwood Close. The concerns raised is the rear amenity area of 2 and 4 Rushwood Close. This is not something that's prevented the planning officers from supporting extensions to both the rears of 2 and 4 Rushwood Close. It's reasonable to assume that the council's officers and owners properly considered the issues of the short length of the garden areas and concluded that the reduced garden size was not something that would prevent their extensions from proceeding. In the circumstances, there's no apparent reason why what the owner of number 2 and Rushwood and 4 then considered to have been sourced for the goose cannot now be sourced for the gander. We note the officer reports makes reference to the SPD, and we draw attention to the advice set out in Appendix D, which states these are guidelines and the areas can be justified and reduced. As such, they're not rigid standards and they're simply material considerations to take into account with other factors. Furthermore, we note with disappointment that the supplementary report now alleges a breach of the 45-degree code to 40 Mellish Road. Notwithstanding the recent shutdown the council's had, it's had well over 1 year to raise these concerns. At no stage has it. The site has a protracted history, as we've heard from Mr. White, and it would seem that every application has been determined based on a different conclusion. There's been a complete lack of consistency. Even the officers' reports are contradictory. See page 196 of the officers' report, where they state the rear addition would only extend beyond 2 metres from the rear wall of 40. No objection is raised. We note with keen interest that an almost identical application was not recommended for refusal for the reasons being proposed today. It's the applicant's position that the planning officers have
2 minutes. Sorry.
Thank you.
I'll have another gentleman to speak. Bev?
Yes, Chair, we should have Mr. Brooks ready to speak now. Thank you.
Mr. Brook. Knowing Mr. Singh,
just to check, is the reverberation?
That's normally when somebody's got YouTube on. If anybody's got any other devices other than what they're speaking on, I would ask them to turn them off, please. Mr. Brooke, are you with us?
Yep. Yes, I am.
All right, Mr. Brooke. Yes, there you are. Thank you. Right, Mr. Brooke, you have 2 minutes. I took Mr. Singh as the agent, so I don't know what capacity you speak, but you're speaking in favour of the application being approved, as I understand it. So I'll
yes,
start
that's
your
correct.
2 minutes now, if I may.
Okay.
Right, okay.
Dear Chair, councillors, the second reason for refusal is in relation to the impact on the protected tree at number 2, Rushwood Gardens. On page 194 of the committee report, you will note that the tree officer comments on the tree in question. In this section, he comments that should the application be approved, severe pruning would be incumbent upon the tree owner or council, so to address various issues. In response, I would suggest the following. Concerns about dampness are a red herring, and to accept this would suggest any building erected near a tree should not be permitted. Similarly, concerns of the root protection area are a red herring's proposals involved in the building at first floor level over the existing structure, therefore no new foundations are proposed. The gutters will be designed with gutter guards and under hips so they are away from falling leaves. If the committee can be shown an aerial photo of the site, they will note that the trees that straddle much of the boundary. The garage was built in 1998 and the gutters have been cleaned periodically. The extension gutters will be cleaned in the same way. Since the scheme has no side windows, overshadowing would not be an issue. Referring to page 192 and application 090011, which was a proposed first floor side extension over the garage, you will note that there were no objections from Simon Phibbs, who was the tree officer for the council at that time. While we were not the agent in 2009, it is reasonable to assume the council's position on the proposal would be that it had little to no impact on the neighbouring tree now in question. In our letter dated 15th of August 2019, we wrote to the case officer and stated that if the impact on the tree remains an issue, it is incumbent upon your council to produce clear and compelling evidence that this is the case. To date, no such evidence has been produced. Our position is the overhang is minimal.
Mr. Brooke, sorry,
Yeah.
time flies, isn't it? Sorry, you've lost it. 2 minutes have gone.
Yep.
Okay, right, the format continues then. Members of the committee, do you have any questions to any of the speakers, please? Right, can I ask Mr. Marley, I think you live at number 2. Is that correct?
Yes.
2 Rushwood Close. The comment was made by the agent that you've had an extension approved, no doubt by either prior notification or by a planning permission. Is that correct? And when was that built?
It's just finished being in completion about a month ago.
Right, because I'm somewhat confused. You say you have a short garden, and yet by the extension you now reduce the length of that garden. Would that be fair to say?
No, previously we had a conservatory in its place.
Right.
As a conservatory was leaking, so we decided to decide to change the conservatory and make it into a permanent room. So it's actually we've only developed sideways, but it's maintained the same distance we had with the conservatory.
Right. I put on record, I don't like sycamore trees, and I think I say that genuinely. I've always had an aversion to sycamore trees. I had one in my plot of land before I built it, but that's another story. Can I just address the agent and Mr. Singh? Yes, my question, over the last 18 months or more, you've had 6 different planning officers. Are you aware, or could I ask you the question? I know you haven't been the agent all of that time. Do you know, and if you don't know, then the answer is I don't know, whether any of those planning officers had a different view to that's being proposed to the committee tonight?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think it's fair to say that some officers have been more proactive than others. Certainly before our involvement, We were told that there were discussions with an officer and there was no issues about the tree. And certainly since I've been involved, we've put it to the council that if there is a concern about the tree, tell us that concern so we can look to address it. The letter was dated the 15th of August 2019 and no response was ever received.
Okay. I do recall I knew Simon Phipps quite well because I'm one of the old stagers here, I'm afraid. And so therefore, if Simon, and I have no evidence to say this, but if Simon said he was content, then he would have been content. Do any other questions from anyone? I have Councillor Wahid Rassab indicating, then I have Councillor Mark Statham. Wahid.
My question to the architect is, in your professional view, will the proposal balance the street theme?
Thank you, Councillor. I would start off by saying that we've tried to take a holistic approach. We've looked at the previous extensions, we've looked at the size of the plot and tried to address all of the previous works in one holistic way. From a design perspective, I'm very comfortable with what we've designed. I think it fits well into the street scene, and I think the council agrees with that. From a planning perspective, certainly they've raised no issue or concerns about the design or the architectural merit of the scheme. It's never been discussed and we've had no objections or concerns on the architectural design. So yes, I think it sits really well and I'm pleased to have been involved in the design.
I have Councillor Mark Statham, then Councillor Craddock. Mark Statham.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question for the architect. He quoted previous applications that had not been recommended for refusal. Could he elaborate on the ones, on the reasons?
Yes. As we've been told by Andrew White, there's been 4 previous applications, if you like, that relate to this application. I mean, if, for example, you look at pages 192 of the committee report, you'll see that there was an application 09/0011FL. That application was almost for an identical application insofar as it was a first floor extension being proposed over the garage, very similar to what we're doing at this stage. At that stage, there was no concerns. Whilst the application was refused, there was no concerns about the impact on the tree. And I think that's part of the issue here is effectively the applicant is being told contradictory information every time they submit a scheme. Certainly, I've been around long enough to have known Simon Phipps also. And I think it's fair to say, had he, as the council's tree officer at the time, had any concerns about the impact on the tree, certainly he would have been objecting. As my colleague mentioned earlier, some of the issues that have been raised in terms of root protection are perhaps red herrings. You know, we're proposing to build on top of the existing structure, so it's much less of an issue than perhaps what's been advanced.
Right, Councillor Stephen Craddock.
Thank you, Chair. To the same speaker, and it's a similar question in some ways, but the 2007 application, which was refused and then appealed, and the appeal was declined. How does this current application differ from that particular one, other than the fact there's actually an extension on the other side of the house as well now? How have you addressed the reasons for refusal, both from the council and from the appeal officer, as to why it should have been turned down? What is the difference between this one and that one?
Thank you. I think the starting position is to remind ourselves that the appeal decision is almost from 12 years ago. You know, it's 13 actually. So it's a long time ago. It related to a completely different scheme, and Andrew White presented the drawings earlier. There were hand drawings that were difficult to decipher and perhaps didn't provide the full information and the constraints and the benefits of the scheme. I think part of the frustration and the issue that we've had here is we've received throughout this continuously contradictory information which has prejudiced our client. For example, if you look at page 196 of the committee report, and I state, it says, The rear addition would only extend beyond 2 metres from the rear wall. No objection is raised to the rear extension. One can only but assume that the council went onto site at some stage prior to writing this report. So it's a complete surprise when we hear today that there's now a breach of the 45-degree line on the supplementary statement. And this has been the pattern all the way along. We're getting contradictory information and we're not really being given the opportunity to address the concerns in a proper way. Had we received correspondence saying, look, you know, this is the situation and we're giving you time to address it, that's a slightly different situation. But the applicant has become very frustrated. He's been left in the lurch for many, many months, not only due to COVID, but prior to that, there's been continuous changes of officers. And, you know, speaking frankly, I think he's been prejudiced.
Chair, can I come back on that one?
You can indeed.
Didn't really answer my question. And as an architect, surely you would have been aware if it was imposing on a 45-degree angle anyway, whether or not the officers had pointed it out or not. But you didn't address my central question, which is, what is the difference between this one that was turned down, this particular application, and the one that was turned down and then taken to appeal and turned down?
Apologies, Councillor, for not being clear. The main differences between our scheme and the one that was rejected is, first of all, the design merits. If you look at the design of what we're proposing, aesthetically, it's much more in keeping, it's more balanced and it's more proportionate. And secondly, we've taken a holistic approach. We've addressed the issues of the previous extensions of the whole house and the floor plan, and we've centrally tried to allow the scheme to be read as one. I appreciate that design is subjective and different people will have different views. The points that we would advance is we've looked at this holistically, and the council planning officers themselves have not necessarily raised concerns about the design that we are now putting forward. The concerns that they've raised are, we consider to be red herrings, you know, in relation to the tree and the ancillary issue of the garden size. In terms of the second point that you raise, in terms of the 45-degree code, we take exception and we say we've done our job properly. We submitted our drawings well over a year ago. We clearly marked on there the 45-degree code. Clearly, the neighbours' windows at 40 Mellish Road have not changed. There's not been an extension and the windows stay in the same position. So we don't accept the officer's findings on that. And we note with interest, they've provided no dimensions or no drawings to substantiate their assertions.
You happy with that, Stephen? Or
I'm going to, well, Andrew, you can get ready because I'm going to ask you the same question in a minute.
Okay. Mark, is that a legacy hand or do you want to have another question?
Now, if you could just indulge me, following up from what Councillor Craddock said on the trees, really. Question to Mr. Brooks. In terms of when the first application was registered, was a tree report requested? Are you aware?
Hello, sorry. First of all, we didn't submit the original application. Our practice has only been involved with this case for 13 months, I think. And over those 13 months, I've not seen any requests come in for a tree report to be produced.
Just a matter of interest, Mark, I think it was indicated by one of the speakers, Simon Phipps was here at the day, and knowing Simon as I do and did, he would have inspected the tree, and I think the comment that was made by the agent, he considered the tree would not be at risk. If I'm telling stories and I'm putting words in people's mouth, Mr. Singh, is that how I interpreted it?
Exactly that. I mean, Simon Phipps, effective, yeah, exactly that. That's our position.
Okay, I understand.
Just to follow up for my chair.
Yes, of course.
In terms of the construction, is there steps that could be taken to mitigate any potential harm to the tree during construction phase? For Mr. Brooks, sorry.
Yes, certainly. I mean, we'd be more than happy for planning conditions to be attached if required, for the least amount of pruning to be done that's possible in compliance with British standards. In addition, a supplementary planning report has been made available today on page 11. It suggests planning conditions in relation to bats. I can confirm that the applicant would be happy that these conditions be included within the approval.
It would be common practice, would it not, that if a tree roots were to be at risk, and I hear what's being said about this is the first floor anyway, that you could do hand digging and protection around that tree?
Well, potentially, yes. However, I mean, in this instance, we are only proposing extension to be done at first floor. There will be nothing at ground floor level or below ground.
I understand that. Okay. Any further questions to the applicants or the agents or the objectors, please? Sorry, Mr. Marley. No, you can answer a question, but you can't make a comment, I'm afraid. If the gentleman who is looking to take a judicial review, I have to stick to process, and process says it's only questions, Mr. Marley. I'm sorry about that. So,
architect, when the planning application was submitted, did you tick in the right box that there was a tree present within its vicinity?
Well, I'll ask that question because you can't. Mr. Singh, the question to you, which I will now put, did you tick the box to say there was a tree present?
Yes. Thank you for the question, Mr. Marley. It's an unfortunate situation in the sense that my practice was not responsible for preparing and submitting the original planning application. The application was submitted in April 2019. We've only been instructed in July 2019 because the previous agent unfortunately was not making headway with the council. So we weren't responsible for preparing the forms or ticking any boxes.
Okay, right. I have no other indicators for questions and I will stick to process. Somebody's got another device on. If you would mute your microphones, please. Andrew's getting feedback and I want him to stay for the remainder of the meeting. Right, I move to, I have to insist that somebody has got a device on or their microphone is not on mute. Can you please do that? Thank you. I think I heard that click. Right, questions to officers. I'll take yours first, Stephen. I knew you were coming in, so you can put your legacy hand down.
I'll put my hand down.
Seen it. Right, Steve Craddock.
It's a similar question. This is a question to Andrew. We have heard from Mr. Singh that there is a substantial difference between this one in terms of the holistic approach and the design, the architecture, etc. What is your take on what is the difference between the 2007 application, which was refused, and then appealed and refused? What is the difference between this application and the previous one, which was refused, other than the extension, which has increased on the other side of the property, which has been talked about with this 45-degree breach?
Thank you, Councillor. Based on our assessment, the current application is exactly the same, other than it actually grows a little bit in size compared to the 2007 refusal and appeal dismissed. I'd like to correct a couple of other comments that have been made whilst I've been listening. The current agent wasn't the original agent, and there are discrepancies in the application form. Certainly they didn't acknowledge there was a tree that could be impacted, and also whilst they sort of ticked that there might be a representative involved, they didn't actually fill out any further information to explain there's an elected member involved, because section 9 is yes or no and then you explain. In addition, throughout the process, we have written consistently to the original agent and to the current agent, asking them to address the previous reasons for refusal, both for the tree and also for the impact on the neighbours. The issue of design is not at debate here. It is the impact, and all the planning committee is considering currently is whether or not they have overcome the previous reasons for refusal. You cannot now talk about the design or any other element. It is really just the reasons for refusal have previously not been addressed and currently haven't been addressed. The only difference is that we now have an extension near to number 40, and because of the impact to number 40, it is now been included as a reason for refusal. If that part of the extension had not been included, we'd still only be dealing with the original 2 applications. Tree impact. The original application, looking at the file, there was a request for a tree assessment. It was never received and the application was refused, went to appeal, got dismissed. The second application was pretty much the same. The third application, and there's a lot of talk about Simon Phipps, who I've argued with and debated with over the years. Yes. They did actually submit a tree impact assessment and show how they could actually mitigate the harm. This current application has not received a tree impact assessment and has not demonstrated how they can mitigate the harm. We have requested it. We've requested it on multiple occasions in the form of asking them to address the previous reasons for refusal. The issue of foundations, it's a misnomer to say that a first floor extension would not require additional foundations, because people generally construct single-story extensions with a different quality of foundation to a 2-story extension. So it is our experience and expectation that there will be additional foundations needed to be dug to support the scale of the actual proposal. Regarding the holistic view, that has never been in debate and will continue not to be in debate, because we're only dealing with the previous reasons for refusal and the new reason for refusal, which is the impact on number 40. So going back to your question, Councillor Craddock, based on what we have, the current proposal adjacent to Rushwood, because they've changed the shape of the roof and extended a little bit to the rear, it's actually larger than the previously refused applications, and in our view continues to have an impact on the neighbouring property. Regarding the properties at Rushwood and whether or not we would approve an extension at the rear of them, if it were a single-story extension and it was facing a single-story extension, then our policies allow us to allow for shorter separation distances. The issue becomes a problem when it is an extension against a 2-story or an extension that is in excess of 3 metres in height. Hopefully that clarifies a few pieces.
Could I just add a supplementary couple of questions to that? Since 2007 and the time now, have there been any significant changes in the planning regulations that would assist the applicant to succeed in getting this through? And the second question, we're talking a lot about the tree. If the tree wasn't there at all, would your opinion be the same in terms of that, or would you have a different opinion in terms of the impact of the extension?
Firstly, Councillor, it's not our opinion, it's what we can address through policy. There has been substantive changes to the legislation and to policy nationally. However, it would not help the applicant in this instance. There's nothing that I'm aware of that has changed that would allow that scale of extension to be added in that particular location. If the tree wasn't there, then we wouldn't be refusing it on behalf because of the impact on the tree. And to be fair, if they'd submit a decent tree mitigation report, there may be a way around it, but they are required to actually do that.
Andrew, sorry, Steve. Yeah. Andrew, whilst referring back to the tree mitigation report that was lodged with Simon, who was the most pedantic individual we ever met, as you heard now, and argumentative, I didn't see that report, but I don't know whether you've looked at it. This may be an unfair question, but was the mitigation that was put forward accepted by Simon to be acceptable to him?
Yes, because he withdrew the reason for refusal. So consequently, it was only the one issue. However, being Simon, he then added the bat mitigation as an impact.
I saw that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think he probably still does.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he removed the one and added a different reason. I have to say, in this instance, they provided the bat report, which is fine, and we've accepted, and we're suggesting conditions. Again, it's in the supplementary because we've only recently had the response from the ecologist. But they do need to do, it's BS whatever, 5837 2000 or something, tree impact assessment. If we got that and our tree officers could accept it, then that reason for refusal could potentially fall away.
Okay, so I have Councillor Aftab now as indicating, and also Mark Statham. Aftab, whatever you are.
Sorry, I think Andrew may have answered it, but if the committee was minded to approve this application, could we not put a condition in that it would be for a tree survey to be received?
We could.
Councillor, thank you for that. Unfortunately, no. We would have to do that assessment now because you can't address a reason for refusal by conditioning something. It has to be dealt with before we make the determination.
So we either discount that if we wish to. I have Councillor Mark Statham and then Wahid Rassab. Mark?
Chair, question for Andrew. Since 2007, has there been any development within Rushwood of back garden amenity which has now been used as a disadvantage to the applicant?
No, Councillor, in short, there hasn't. Each application has to live and breathe on its own merits. The issue with this current application is the impact to those residents. It always has been. And it's looking at the original windows, let alone whether there's any additions, bearing in mind they can add extensions through permitted development. The issue is the proposed first floor element and the impact on the outlook that it has and the potential shadowing, given the orientation of the properties. Regarding discounting the reason for refusal, we would recommend that you don't discount. They have to address it. The committee is here to see whether the applicant has addressed the reasons for refusal, not to discount elements. So that's all you can determine it on. Have they dealt with those reasons?
Well, that's partly true, but also if the mitigation measures, sorry, I'll rephrase that. The committee are to address whether in actual fact they've overcome those or whether the amenity value for whatever reason has been reduced by the people who are affected in the first place, and I'll come to that. Mark, is that it? Put your hand down then.
Just to follow up, if I may.
Yes, please do. Yeah.
Just to clarify, Andrew, you quoted some numbers: 9.2 metres, 9 metres against 13. Is that taken from the extensions that are currently in place at Rushwood, or from the original property development?
We're using the original property as a separation. They are remarkably short gardens. And as I say, with the extension in place, it does have an impact on shadowing. In fact, if you take into account the position of the original house, the side wall, it pretty much meets the 13 metres. So that's why we've got concerns. But I must say the 13 metres hasn't been used in the reasons for refusal. It's never been.
It is fair to say, is it not, Andrew, that if the houses in Rushwood Close came before us with current policies, they probably would be refused.
There's a potential that if they were new proposals, given the separation distances, we may have some concerns. Obviously, with new developments, there are ways around that, subject to seeing the design. But based on what we've got at the moment, we may choose to refuse it.
Councillor Wahid Rassab to call in a minute, but I just want to come back to this extension that Mr. Marley has built at number 2, and I heard what he said, that he replaced a conservatory with now a brick-built structure, as I understand it. Did that not reduce the garden that he had and therefore bring it closer to the proposal now before us?
Well, I'm going, but I haven't been to the site. I rely on the officers, but based on what we're aware of, it's not really made any difference to the ground floor separation. We've still got to consider the first floor windows. They haven't changed, and they'll still be short in separation to the proposed gable wall. So there is still an impact, even if you wish to discount what Mr. Marley has constructed. So it's not really made a huge difference to what we're actually processing.
But the view from number 2 would be, at this point in time, a blank wall, would it not?
At ground floor, it's actually trees with a little bit of wall, but obviously, or bushes, sorry. If the proposal was to be allowed, then they would see the upper floor, plus also the bushes and the trees would have to be pruned to take account of the construction. So their outlook would change, and it is the view of us, but also previously of the planning inspector, that outlook would be harmed and would be detrimental to those residents. I'd also say since 2007, trees and bushes tend to actually grow. I think the agent said it's been 12 years. You get quite a bit of growth in that time, which would soften the appearance. But, you know, if that's going to disappear, then they go from a soft appearance that they're looking at currently to a hard edge of brickwork.
Okay. Councillor Wahid Rassab.
Thank you, Chair. Andrew, can I just clarify? I understand the tree objection was removed in 2008.
That's coming back to the point that Simon Phipps accepted the mitigation measures.
Yeah, there was mitigation on one of the applications, which was accepted, but you can't use that and transpose it to this current application. It has to be dealt with now, so they would have to provide an up-to-date one. And as I've said in the earlier comments on that point, we have continuously sought to actually ask for them to overcome the reasons for refusal. I've written several times, and I know other officers have also written the same commentary.
Have Steve got it? Sorry, Wahid.
Sorry, can't we make that as a condition?
For the tree report. Sorry, Councillor.
I think what Wahid's asking, can we delegate? Well, we would, if we were minded to, delegate this to approval subject to a satisfactory tree report. That's the question.
You could do, however, it might conclude that it won't be satisfactory, and you'd have to come back with that reason for refusal. But also, you've got to take into account the impact on the neighbours. So, whilst the tree is an issue, that is generally the way these are written. The first issue is the paramount impact. The second one was have a slightly lesser impact, and it just happens that the second issue is the tree. So to use the tree to try and overcome the concerns that the residents have and we have on the impact is not really a way of addressing the applicant not addressing the previous reasons for refusal.
Right. So, Councillor Aftab Nawaz. Shall I come back to you, Wahid? Aftab?
Sorry, Chair, it was a legacy hand, as you say.
Wahid, did you want any further question?
I just wanted to ask Andrew, what type of tree is this?
It's a sycamore.
I was going to say it's in the report. It is a sycamore. The image.
One of the chairman's favourites, as we all know.
Yeah, exactly, which we recognise. But the it's the tree officers assessed it, has considered it's got plenty of growth in it, and it is actually a decent specimen. So it does provide high amenity value for not only the residents but the immediate vicinity, because it can be seen in the street scene.
Andrew, just one final question from me. Is it not a fact that the crown could be lifted on this sycamore tree, providing permission were given to do so, which would alleviate some of the problem and no doubt would increase the amenity of that tree? It has got growth left in it. You try and kill a sycamore tree, it's a weed by nothing else, to be honest. But having said that, is it not a fact that if the crown were to be lifted, it could give it more longevity?
The tree officer, I'm not a tree specialist, but the tree officer has explained to me that to lift the crown at this stage of life would actually do more harm than good. So that's why they're not encouraging lifting the crown. They're saying that it would just have an impact and potentially the tree would be lost, or it would have such a detrimental effect that it would be lost over a reasonably short period of time.
Okay. Right, any more questions? I can't see any more hands up. No? Well, I'll move to debate then. Does anybody want to start this off? I think the question is, and it is always subjective, whether we've had an inspector or not. It is a subjective view as the impact on the amenity of the people, obviously in this case, Rushwood Close and number 40. Now, I pursued this question and I have my own thoughts on this, is that although Mr. Marley at number 2, I think it is, has said that he replaced a conservatory, I think I have been to Mr. Summer's house, and I know it's very, very small upstairs, and that's his intention to make it larger. But I firmly believe, and I may be incorrect in saying this, but if you do put an extension, even if it's a ground floor, and you make your own garden shorter, then your amenity is being made less by your own volition. So that's my view. Do I have any comments or questions? I can see one or two people looking at this.
Yeah, Chair, sorry, I didn't put my hand up, I apologise.
It's all right.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Craddock was before me, I won't be rude. And
Right, Stephen.
Oh, that's very kind. I'm struggling. I'm very much to encourage building and what have you. You have to advise me on this, Chair. We've got an application previously which was pretty similar. This is actually bigger, which has been refused and appealed and refused. Where are we finding the grounds, or how do we find the grounds to grant this application compared to what was previously refused?
Well, that's a matter for the committee to decide. As I said, it is subjective, and I may have been a member of that committee at the time. I don't know. I have been here for a fair bit, and I think, like all planning permissions, as we'll see further on the agenda, it is always subjective, and that's why I was pursuing the issue about number 2. If in actual fact it were the case, I'll come back to you in a minute, Andrew, I saw your hand up, that the extension did in actual fact reduce the amenity by the individual living there themselves, then I find it difficult to accept that this would in actual fact have any further impact on that amenity. I've already asked the question and been advised that number 2 and indeed possibly number 4 are looking at a blank wall at the moment at first floor level, and therefore the outward view would perhaps not change. But, you know, sometimes we get inspectors from Bristol come along, they've made decisions, and believe me, we said, how the hell did they get that? You know, because we've had a different view. How many times have we turned something down for an inspector to come around and say, oh, I don't agree with that? And we end up with something that we've had to live with for years. But Andrew, you wish to come back?
Sorry, Chairman, to interrupt. Unfortunately, we can't say a reason for refusal is subjective. It is either, and I'll repeat what I said earlier, has the applicant overcome the previous reasons for refusal? It's set out in the courts. That is the way we have to approach it. Committee can come to a view, but you have to demonstrate, in your opinion, how the applicant has overcome the previous reasons for refusal. The impact regarding the residents, whether or not they've reduced their amenity, it is the planning authority's advice the committee that they've not reduced their impact or their amenity with changing a conservatory to a brick-built extension, because we've still got to address the impact to the rest of the windows to the properties. And as far as I'm aware, the extension is no deeper than the original conservatory. And that is the crux of the reason for refusal. It is about the impact on the neighbours and their outlook.
I will look back on the replay, but I think what I said was that planning is always subjective. And I did, I believe, not refer to this as being a subjective to the reasons for refusal. But I did go on to say that many a planning inspector has come along and disagreed with your professional recommendation and indeed committee decisions. And we've ended up with some planning, Green Slade Road is one I remember very well, and others, where in actual fact the inspector said, well, I don't accept what you're saying and I'm going to overrule that. But that's the way the planning system works. Councillor Mark Statham.
Yeah, just to reiterate, Chair, I share your view on the fact that having reduced your own amenity, that the applicant now becomes disadvantaged for that very reason. And if you're already looking at a wall, continuing to look at a wall doesn't have that much of an impact. I just feel as though there's something not quite gelling with regard to it's who comes first and who comes second is then subsequently disadvantaged by previous decisions.
Well, this is always the case with the terracing effect, isn't it? The one who builds there first gets the advantage of the extension, but then when the terracing effect kicks in with the one to the left of the property or to the right of the property, it said, oh no, you can't do that because it's a terrace, it's a first come, first serve. Andrew, you've still got your hand up, I think.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to comment on Councillor Statham. They haven't disadvantaged themselves or the applicant. There's no real change in circumstance. The issue is, and still is, the applicant has not addressed the reason for refusal, and the current proposal is larger than what was previously refused and dismissed at appeal. I share your view, Chair. We do have planning decisions that we don't like, and they go a different way, and there's probably a few coming through the pipeline as we speak. However, in this instance, the inspector was clear. They just agreed with the planning authority's position. It wasn't a case that they chose to do something different. They just agreed with it. It was a really short statement, to be fair.
Well, this planning committee have a duty to determine what they see before them. Mark, you've still got a hand up. Do you wish to come back?
Sorry, Chair.
That's quite all right. Right, we're moving then into debate. We've done the questions. Do we have a thought on this? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I make it clear. I do believe that this is something that should be approved. I don't think that Mr. Samra, Councillor Samra, should be treated any differently than any member of the public. And I do not like, I take exception, in actual fact, for people saying, well, if you don't like this, we'll take a judicial review. Fine, that's the democratic process. But judicial reviews are certainly decided on process. And I've been very diligent to make sure that the process tonight is as the Constitution. And so therefore, I hope that when we look at that particular issue, that everything we've done, and that's why I apologise to Mr. Marley as I'm looking at him to the left of my screen, that's why I had to cut you off and wouldn't allow you to ask the question, because he could say that went outside of the Constitution that we operate under. So therefore, I feel that we are within the rules and regulations we have to live by. Does anybody wish to comment any further?
Chair, if I may, could we please move standing order so that the meeting can continue beyond 3 hours?
I was looking at my watch. The standing orders of the council say that all meetings should finish within 3 hours unless there is a resolution to suspend that standing order to complete the meeting. And I will formally move that resolution to suspend that standing order so we can complete the agenda. Is that seconded? Can I take assent on that, Bev, or do you want a roll call?
No, we can take assent on that.
I take assent on that.
Thank you.
Right. Well, I've made my predication on the fact that this is without doubt a subjective view, And my subjective view is that if we are to look at the amenity, not only of the people who live in Rushwood Close and number 40, but we have to look at the amenity that's been attempted to provide to the applicant, in this case at number 44, and the family which live there. And so therefore, I personally believe that I can support this application. But, you know, I would take on board what Andrew White is saying. I do not believe, in my view, that this application compromises the amenity of numbers 2 or 4 or number 40, and I take a different view to the inspector. And to be fair, I would move that resolution, and if the inspector doesn't agree with me, he or she, if they wish to, could intervene. And, you know, that's where I am. So I would formally say that we should approve this application and that the amenity of numbers 2 and 4 are not compromised by this first floor extension, and that the 45-degree rule is not compromised or indeed breached in relation to number 40.
Seconded, Chair.
I would say no.
Thank you. Right.
Chair, who seconded, if I may?
I think I had 2. I think Councillor Statham and I heard Councillor Nawaz as well. Is that correct or am I wrong?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
I will take a roll call on that then.
Chair, if I may again, please.
Sorry, Sharon. You want to? Andrew wants to come back. I better put the light on, otherwise it could go pear-shaped here.
Hi, Chair. Sorry, I think Beverly, did you want to say something?
Yes, please do. Carry on.
Sorry, hello, Chair. No, it was actually just to remind to ask Sharon to come into the.
That's what I was doing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, committee have resolved to approve the application. Well, the reasons being put forward, sorry, I do apologise. The reasons being put forward are to approve the application on the basis that the amenity of number 4 and number 2 has not been compromised by the extension, and the 45-degree code has not been breached in relation to number 40.
Yes, and in doing that, I would make this comment. I've been a councillor here for just over 40 years, and I firmly believe that councillors and indeed members of the public should be dealt with even-handedly. And therefore, that is why I take a bit of exception to people saying we'll have a judicial review. Judicial review is that of process, and I think process has been followed this evening. Sorry, Harvin, you've got your hand up. Councillor Sarowi. Is Harvard on mute, or is it a legacy hand, as we say?
No, Chair.
Oh, sorry, Harvard, carry on.
Sorry, Chair.
Oh, okay, no problem. Andrew.
Sorry, Chair, to interrupt. Just before members vote, and we do hear what members are saying, we will need some words to address how you believe, as a planning committee, you've addressed or they have addressed the previous reasons for refusal. If the residents are minded, and obviously, you know, as a member of the council, we defend members' decisions. We will need something to understand how you believe the applicant has addressed the previous reasons for refusal. What I would also say is, from a planning point of view, we do treat everyone equally, whether they're a member or just a member of the public.
Andrew, I agree with you 100%. I like to believe that our planning officers are even-handed with all applications. It's sad to say that some members of the public, and I'm not directing my comments to anybody here, do believe that elected members should be treated differently. Well, I don't, as far as I'm concerned. And I think that this committee have given fair debate to their views, and as a result, a subjective view is they've come to the conclusion that the inspector's decision was incorrect. And as a result, well, I can't speak for anyone, I haven't had a vote yet, but from my point of view, what I would say, I believe that this extension being proposed will be no more detrimental to the residents of Rushwood Close and indeed to the joining neighbour at number 40 than we have, with the proposal at a first floor level we currently have. I also believe, and I said this, that the extension that has been put forward by number 2 has reduced their amenity space because they are built to become closer to the structure. Now, I may be proven to be wrong, but at the end of the day, that is my belief. So, Sharon?
That's fine, Chair. Thank you very much. So what I have is that committee has resolved to approve the reasons is that committee approves the planning application based on the amenity to number 4 and to number 2 has not been harmed, and in relation to number 40, the 45-degree code has not been breached. The inspector's decision is incorrect. The extension has no more detrimental impact to the residents of Rushwood Close. And the extension built at number 2. Is that correct, Chair, or is there anything?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah.
Andrew?
Sorry, just to jump in again, I do apologise. We will also need conditions
Yes.
for any approval, because obviously when you're voting, you need to address
I understand.
which conditions are included.
I think we need to make sure that the conditions are that any materials are to match the existing, that any building is to be done between the hours of 8 and 6, no working on a Sunday, and that the materials are approved by our local planning authority officers. And I would also add that mitigation takes place to protect the tree if there are to be foundations to be put to supplement the upper structure.
Councillor, I'd suggest maybe it's just tree mitigation as a whole.
Okay, tree mitigation as a whole. This particular
and no additional windows in the side elevation.
Oh yeah, no additional windows on the side elevation that are not shown on the plan. This is being streamed and will be available to anybody who wishes to challenge the decision whenever that's made. So I will put to the vote. I have that moved and seconded, and therefore I will take a roll call, which is the way we work. Excuse me, I'll just get to the item. Right, here we go then. As myself, I'm in favour. Councillor Perry?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Chatter?
In favour.
Councillor Craddock?
In favour.
Councillor Harris?
In favour.
Councillor Harrell? Hickin. Dukes?
Favour.
Councillor Murray?
Against.
Councillor Nawaz?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Nazir?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Rassab?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Robertson?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Sarohi?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Statham?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Waters?
In favour, Chair.
Thank you very much. It is agreed. Move back now to item.
So do you just want me to
So
confirm?
you want to read that, please, Sharon?
Yes, that's absolutely fine, Chair. Thank you very much. So committee has resolved to approve the planning application. The reason being the amenity of number 4 and number 2 has not been harmed. And in relation to number 40, the 45-degree code has not been breached. The inspector's decision was wrong. The extension has no more detrimental to the extension is not detrimental to the residents of Rushwood Close. And then I have, in terms of condition, any materials must match the existing building between the hours of 8 and 6, no working on a Sunday, materials to be approved by planning officers, mitigation measures as a whole in relation to the tree, no additional windows in the side elevation not shown on the plan.
Thank you. We'll move back then back to the agenda.
Chair, you promised us a comfort break.
Can we have
Yes,
convenient
5-minute break. Sorry, lads
Thank
and
you.
lasses.
Thank you. Can't hold
We'll
any longer.
reconvene at 25 past 8, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. Oh, are we? Were we offline then?
I think we're still offline for the moment until you.
Oh, good. I didn't realise that. Yeah, good.
You can tell your jokes now, Mike.
Hey.
We're now back online. Chair, we're now back online.
I can see that poster after, but probably not in good taste.
I refuse to move it.
Well, okay. I'm just thinking.
Yeah, I can confirm it is back on live now.
Thank you. Rightio. Item 1 then. I think this is pretty well non-controversial. Do you have any speakers on this, Alison?
I believe there is a speaker. He was speaking in support.
Right.
Yes, Chair, we have a Mr. Joyce who's speaking in support.
Right. In that case, then, can we? You doing the presentation, Alison?
I am, yes. Yeah.
Well, can you canter through this, please? It's 3 hours, and I don't like meetings running on as much as they are. Thank you.
Okay. Shall I start? Is the speaker with us yet?
Hello, and I think we just need to wait for the speaker at the moment, Chair. Thank you.
Right.
Just to inform the committee, he's coming in via telephone, so you'll just hear him coming in.
Good.
In a moment.
Is the speaker with us now?
This is the Vodafone voicemail service for 079771005.
Well, we're going to start the meeting. I'm sorry. Right, Alison. Do you want to canter through this, please? Pretty straightforward as far as I see it.
Yeah, it's offshore stainless steel supplies on Lichfield Road, Brown Hills. You can see it indicated there. Predominantly industrial area, and it is allocated for employment. There are a couple of...
Your screen's not sharing.
Oh, isn't it? Sorry. Can you see it now?
Yeah, we can. Well done, Al.
Sorry, full start. Yeah, offshore stainless steel on Lichfield Road, Brown Hills, predominantly industrial area, although there are a couple of isolated detached houses here. I point those out because they're the objectors. This is again the property, so it's predominantly industrial. There are some residential further away. The proposal is to replace an approved office extension on the front, or approved premises on the front of the building, and replace with industrial manufacturing space, and some canopies are down the side of the building to cover some of the storage, and to replace the offices in this area here. I'll just show you on the drawing. This is the existing elevations. This shows the replacement with the offices with an industrial extension, new offices here, and the canopies shown on that drawing. And this is the elevation. It does show that there's only 28 parking spaces, which is 55% of what they need for the floor area, but they do work shifts at this factory, and there's only 16 people on each shift, so it's adequate to serve the needs of the people who run the premises. This is just the floor space of the offices and the elevation, so it's typical construction in an industrial employment area. We're fully supportive of it. We are recommending a delegation subject to a revision of or finalising of conditions to make sure that they're enforceable. This is the area where the canopy would be located.
Right.
Yeah, that's about it, I think.
Is the speaker with us? Say no. No. Any questions to officers?
Chair, just to confirm, the speaker isn't with us. He did go to voicemail. So
who lives in one of the properties opposite. One of the assurances that she was given by the applicants was that the hedge, the conifer hedge or whatever kind of hedge it is, directly opposite her house, which shields the building, would be retained. It wasn't clear from the drawing that you put up, Alison, whether that is going to be retained, because there seem to be some car parking spaces right on the front of the building just as you turn inside the gate. And I notice also on condition 4A, B and C that they have agreed for a liaison officer. I just want to make sure that that condition is still in there and that liaison officer obviously talks to the residents.
Yes, I can confirm that the condition is still in there for the liaison officer. I've just had a quick look at the drawing and it does show the parking spaces on the front, but there is an area in front of that which shows a hedge, so I'm assuming that that is the hedge to be retained.
Can we just not assume, can we condition that hedge is retained, because it provides such a fantastic screening of the building, and I think it's really important that we do that for the residents who live opposite.
Yeah.
I think I can go further than that, Steve. We can condition that it stays, and if it's removed, that the condition requests a replacement at the height of the trees as they are today.
Thank you. That's great. That's all. Thank you, Chair.
So we add that. Sharon,
If that's the case, then I'd like to move the recommendation with those conditions.
And I'll second that. And we have to go through the process, I'm afraid. So is he looking for his crib sheet? Bloody hell.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? So
I can.
We've just got a condition there that the hedge is to be retained, and and if it is to be removed, a replacement at the height of the trees that are there at this existing time. So if you want to vote on the officer recommendation, then I can read it out again.
That's fine. No, I'm in favour. Councillor Perry?
Yes, in favour.
Councillor Craddock seconded. Are you in favour?
In favour.
Seen the opposite gun. Councillor Harris? Still with us? Anthony, you still with us? Or is that you snoring? No.
Press a button.
Yes, got it right. Councillor Dukes?
Favour.
Murray?
In favour.
Councillor Nawaz?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Nazir?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Asab?
Favour, Chair.
Councillor Robertson?
In favour.
Councillor Samra?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Sarowi?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Statham?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Waters?
Favour, Chair.
Thank you, that's agreed.
Chair.
Sharon?
Chair,
Yeah.
if I may, you have.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Chatter, I missed you.
In favour.
Thank you, sorry, Val.
It's all right.
Beth, did you speak or somebody?
Thank you, Chair. Just myself. Just to clarify, committee has resolved in accordance with the officer recommendation, as set out in page 7 on the report to Planning Committee, to delegate to the interim head of planning, building and control to grant planning permission, subject to conditions, subject to the amendment and finalisation of conditions, and the amendments are set out in the supplementary paper. And in addition, with a condition that the hedge is to be retained, if it is to be removed, a replacement at the height of the trees as they exist today. Thank you, Chair.
Moving on then to item 3, which is storage yard rear of local homes. Do you have any speakers on this?
I don't believe so,
No.
Chair.
No?
Don't have speakers on that
In that
one.
case then, I will move the recommendation as set out. Is that seconded?
Seconded.
Right, I'll take the roll call again. Right. Councillor Bird, I'm in favour. Councillor Perry?
Yes, Chair, in favour.
Councillor Chatter?
In favour.
Councillor Craddock?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Creaney? Oh, he's not here, sorry. Councillor Harris?
In favour.
Councillor Dukes?
In favour.
Councillor Murray?
In favour.
Councillor Nawaz?
Agreed, Chair.
Councillor Nazir?
In favour.
Councillor Rasab? Wahid?
He is with us, Chair. His mic's on mute.
Mic's on mute, Wahid. I'll come back to Wahid. Councillor Robertson?
In favour.
Councillor Samra?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Sarowi?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Statham?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Waters?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Wahid Rasab, if you're with us. Okay, well, that is agreed. Sharon Berry Matthews?
Thank you, Chair. Committee has resolved in accordance with the amended officer recommendation as set out in the supplementary paper to delegate to the interim head of planning and building control to grant planning permission subject to the amendments and finalisation of conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I normally would take the speakers first, but I'm going through the non-contentious issue this way now. Item 4 is the Caparo Works. Do we have any speakers on this? This is a reserved matters application. We've already agreed the outline.
We don't have any speakers, Chair. Sorry.
Okay, can I move the recommendations as set out?
I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll take the roll call. I'm in favour. Councillor Perry.
In favour.
Councillor Chatter.
In favour.
Councillor Craddock.
In favour.
Councillor Harris.
In favour.
Councillor Dukes.
In favour.
Councillor Murray.
In favour.
Councillor Nawaz.
In favour.
Councillor Nazir.
In favour.
Councillor Rossab. Councillor Robertson.
In favour.
Councillor Samra.
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Sarowi.
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Statham.
Favour, Chair.
Councillor Waters.
In favour, Chair.
Thank you very much. That's agreed. Sharon.
Thank you, Chair. Committee has resolved in accordance with the officer recommendations set out in page 67 of the report to Planning Committee and the amendments in the supplementary paper to delegate to the interim head of planning and building control to grant subject to the amendments and the finalisation of conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We then move to item 5. Is there a speaker on this?
Hello, yes, Chair, I can confirm there are 2 speakers. Mr Aiken is objecting to the application and Mr Tyler in support of the application. Thank you.
Okay, we'll call them in then if they're in the room.
Apologies, Chair. I'll bring them in now.
I apologise to members for the lateness of the hour, but sadly, you know, in case we get a judicial review, we have to make sure we do things right. Are they in the meeting now?
Just bear with me, Chair. They're coming in via telephone, so I'm calling them now.
Unknown participant is now joining.
Hello?
Unknown participant is now joining.
Okay, both
Yeah,
of
Alan Collier. Do I have to?
the supports and
Where's the mute
applicants are in the meeting. Thank you.
Do we have both the objector and the supporter now?
Yes, Chair.
We do. Okay, we'll make a presentation, then there'll be 2 minutes for both the objector to go first and then the applicant's agent or themselves to come afterwards. 2 minutes will apply to both and I will stop you speaking even if it's in mid-sentence. Presentation, please, Alison. Do we have both the objector and the supporter now?
Yes.
Chair, I think someone's got YouTube running in the background again.
Yes, can we take the YouTube off, please? It does interfere with the process.
Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is an outline application relating to premises known as Units 1 and 2, Acorn Street and Albion Street. It's an industrial premises at the moment that's vacant, and it's located on Albion Street. This runs between 2 roads. The area is allocated as a potential for release from commercial premises, and that hence this application proposes the erection of 22 apartments in a single block. Where the existing building is located on Albion Street, the proposed new block is proposed to Acorn Street. This just shows you more of the surroundings of the
Unknown
area.
participant is now exiting.
Do I need to carry on? Is that the speaker?
Well, that's up to them, Alison. We're given the
Yeah.
opportunity. You carry on.
Okay.
I
So
think we've
this
got
is
Darth Vader on the line.
this is what's there at the moment, and the proposal is for a block of 22 apartments, as I say. We have been negotiating for quite a while, and we have been going through the district valuation system. But the premises front Acorn Street, there's car parking and the access off Albion Street. Adequate provision for cycle storage, parking, etc. And it's a sort of part 2, part 3 story building. And this is the elevation. So we've negotiated for the edges of the building to be lower so that they assimilate better into the surroundings. This is a modern building and it does have these unusual features, but that's not untypical of the area. This is how it sits within the street, so you can see the line of the building mirrors what's adjacent to it and then steps up in the middle, which we feel is appropriate, and we do feel it will bring something to the area. This is just showing the setting of the area and another view of the proposal. It is welcomed by our consultees. There are some objections relating to provision of flats, potential for crime, litter, but we're comfortable that this proposal does address adequately any issues there. This is the current frontage, which is obviously industrial and commercial. Pollution officers are concerned about the relationship to the existing commercial premises, but there are conditions recommended to address that. This is just some of the other recent developments in the area and the surroundings showing the setting of the proposal. Just sure that there's one. You can see that there are gables, etc. in the design of housing nearby, and there are large scale buildings. So we feel that this will fit in. Here's another example of the large scale building and other new buildings. So we do feel it is appropriate. It doesn't have any adverse impact on neighbours other than in relation to a pub, which is addressed in the report, but we feel that that's not sufficient to warrant a refusal on the relationship between the buildings, and we're fully supportive of it. There's recommended conditions to address any issues by the consultees. There is a low provision of parking, but this is very close to Willenhall Town Centre, and there's a very low car ownership in this area, as demonstrated in the census. So we're comfortable with the level of parking. It should trigger the need for planning obligations for open space and affordable housing, but they have gone through a viability assessment, and that's proven that this wouldn't be viable with those contributions. As discussed in an earlier scheme, there's going to be quite a bit of ground mitigation in the ground, I would imagine, on a former industrial site. So the officers are recommending that we support this without the requirement for a Section 106 agreement. There is an update in the supplementary. We've need to put the electric vehicle charging and low NOx boilers on. So we're still recommending to delegate to officers to grant subject to amendment and finalising conditions.
Okay, we have an objector to this application, and I'll take the objector first, whose name will be given to me, I'm sure.
Matthew.
Hello,
Matthew.
Chair. Oh, Mr. Aiken is the objector. Thank you. Mr. Aiken.
Oh, Mr. Aiken. Okay, Mr. Aiken, if you've got 2 minutes, I'll start my clock when you start speaking, and I'll stop it after 2 minutes have expired. Carry on.
The property is not vacant. It hasn't been vacant. It was vacant for a few weeks, and a business come along. The business is still there. It's been there many, many months now. I feel that why get rid of a business when it's successful, especially in a small town like this? Jobs are needed. Secondly, access to the proposed building in Albion Street. In the written depart, it says that it's opposite Squires Gate. It's not. It's opposite the houses. So cars coming in and out, exiting rather, the proposed property. And morning and night, the lights of the headlights will be beaming right into the property right opposite the access point there. And also, when the lady suggested that if there's a low car rate, property in Acorn Street, Acorn Mews, same sort of principles, built a few years ago, car space is allocated, not enough. Acorn Street now is absolutely overrun with cars and vans of people who work and live at Acorn Mews. The same thing will happen in Albion Street, not a case of if or when. It will happen because there will be an overspill, because statistics show that most homes in the UK do have 2 cars per household. That again will cause your average, the traffic up and down there will be limited. It's already proven in Acorn Street how it affects everything, and the same effect will happen in Albion Street as well. Also, Albion Street to the left is an industrial area, wagons are up and down all the time. And once cars start parking on the outskirts of this new proposed property, it will really, really impact and make it dangerous, just like Acorn Street for pedestrians and the school that is up the road from there as well.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Mr. Alan Tyler is waiting in the lobby. Can we let him in?
He's in the lobby. He's in the meeting, Chair.
Okay. Mr. Tyler, you have 2 minutes. I'll start my clock when you are ready to speak. Okay, carry on.
Oh, I think he's on mute, Chair.
Mr. Tyler, you're on mute. Mr. Tyler, if you can hear me, your microphone is on mute. If you could open your microphone so we can hear you.
Should I give him a call, Chair, just outside the meeting, just to see if he's okay?
If you could. I won't be wasting any more time. Can you give me an update, Matthew?
Sorry, Chair. For some reason, my number isn't working now for him.
Okay.
He's in the meeting, but he's on mute. Unfortunately, I can't get hold of him to liaise with him.
If he's in the meeting, he's on mute. I've now called 3 times to release that mute to enable him to take part, and that is not the case. So I am going to continue. Is that okay with all the lawyers and everybody else who's listening in?
Just bear with me, Chair. Is he in the meeting? Sorry, IT.
He's in the meeting, but he's on mute.
Okay, so IT, is he able to pick up messages in the meeting? Because there is a general chat. Can we message him just to make sure?
I can see he's in the meeting because he's on my toolbar.
Can we just message him just to make sure to give him
He's just gone. He's just gone off my toolbar. Maybe he's disconnected and dialing back in again.
Can we just wait to see, or if IT could just try again? Sorry.
Yes, I'll wait till the sun comes up. It's nearly dawn.
Not quite that long, Chair.
I'll give it another few seconds and I intend to continue unless this application will have to be deferred if that's the case. Is that what the process would be, Sharon?
I presume so, Chair, if we've already had somebody that's spoken on it.
Indeed.
And they are present if it's just due to technical difficulties that they couldn't get through as opposed to them leaving the meeting. If it's our technical difficulties, then it may need to be deferred, but I'll need to check with IT why that is.
Good job, you lot are working from home, and I'm in the office.
Have we had a response from IT as yet, or Bev, or?
He hasn't rejoined us as of yet.
That being the case, I have no alternative but to defer this item, which is in accordance with the Constitution. So that will have to be. Sorry. That will have to be if he does manage to connect, I'm happy to continue. But at this moment in time, we can't. That's the rules. So I have to say I'll move on to item 7.
Hello there. Hello. It's
Are you
Alan
back,
Tyler
are
here.
you?
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can now.
Hello. Can you
Right,
hear
you've
me?
got. Yeah, we've got you. You've got 2 minutes, Mr. Tyler. Hello.
Yes, I'm very sorry about that. It's a bad signal.
Right. Well, go ahead. You've got 2 minutes.
I'll be very brief. Basically, this is a high quality design of 22 apartments in a predominantly residential area. We think it develops a brownfield site and reduces pressure on the green belt and development elsewhere. The parking is to standard and acceptable. We've provided an active frontage with character, and we believe the proposal will enhance the area and add some degree of additional accommodation, which is much needed. And that's it, I think. Thank you, members. Appreciate
Thank you very much.
waiting for me.
Any questions to the applicant or to the objector, please?
Well, my question is, I object, is the fact that one, the presentation.
Sorry, I'm afraid it's not for you to bring questions. I'm afraid it's just for the elected members to ask you or the Mr. Tyler questions. I'm sorry. Constitutionally, that's not the way it works. Any questions from members, please? Off to the no. Any questions to officers? Can I just? Sorry, Steve. Carry on, Steve Craddock.
Thank you. Just a very quick one. The objector talked about the level of parking. I have a lot of sympathy with him. On nearly every new estate, there's overflow parking which isn't accommodated within the curtilage of the development, and so you get cars parking all over the street and associated areas. You said in your presentation, Alison, that it didn't comply with the standard parking conditions, and you offset that by the fact it was closer to the town centre and there was low occupancy. I'm not entirely comfortable in that. Is there any scope for increasing the amount of car parking spaces within the site?
I'll just quickly say my little piece. Kevin might want to say something. There's actually 30 spaces for 22 apartments, so there is at least 100% parking.
Yeah.
The policy says it should be 150% parking. So there is a parking space for every apartment, just not the 150% quota. The site is quite I don't know whether there is any scope to create any more parking on site, unfortunately, but I don't know whether Kevin might want to say anything.
Kevin, you have any comment?
I just wanted to add, obviously, you're going to be looking at electric points for some cars, so it might be appropriate to look at where the positioning of those points are put so they don't take up existing parking spaces.
Good point.
It's more than likely that would be in a parking space. But
Yes.
what would it say is that obviously there'll be provision for cycle storage as well. And as it is quite close to the town centre, some
I understand
people might
that, yeah.
take that opportunity. It's close to the bus services.
You comfortable with that, Stephen? Right. Any other questions to officers? Can I formally move the officer's recommendation then? Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that.
I've got just one will do. Sorry, I have to have Nawaz, right? I'll take the roll call then again. Get me documents. I'm in favour. Councillor Perry?
In favour.
Chatter?
In favour.
Craddock?
In favour.
Harris?
In favour.
Dukes?
Favour, Chair.
Murray?
In favour.
Nawaz?
In favour.
Nazir?
In favour, Chair.
Razab, if he's still with us?
In favour, Chair.
Thank you, Wahid. Robertson?
In favour.
Samra?
In favour.
Sarowi?
In favour.
Statham?
In favour, Chair.
Waters, can you apologise for my rudeness about addressing you by title? Thank you. Sharon?
Thank you, Chair. So committee has resolved in accordance with the officer recommendation set out in page 90 of the report to Planning Committee and the amendments in the supplementary paper to delegate to the interim head of planning and building control to grant subject to the amendment, and the finalisation of conditions.
Right, thank you very much. We move on to item 7. I think we have a speaker on this as well.
Hello, Chair. Yes,
Unknown
we do
participant
have
is
two
now exiting.
speakers. Both speakers in support of the application, Councillor Jevons and Mr. Oliver.
Right. Ron Oliver, you know the rules. If you're with us, you still with us? Yes.
Just bear with me, Chair, and I'll call him now.
Is Councillor Jevons with us?
Yes, Chair. Councillor Jevons is with us.
Yes,
good evening. The person you're calling, Ron Oliver, is on another line. Just leave your message after the tone. And when you're done, press hash or just hang.
You can't write it.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
Apologies, Chair. I'll call him outside of the meeting and see if I can get hold of him.
Do we have any left that don't have speakers, Alison or Bev?
Hello, Chair. No, we've done all the applications without speakers now.
Wonderful. Can you give me an update, please, Matthew?
Apologies, Chair. I've got a hold of him and I'm going to try and invite him back in.
Is he in now?
The person you're calling, Ron Oliver, is on another line. Just leave your message after the tone.
Unknown participant
I'm
is
not
now
prepared
exiting.
to continue with that one. If he gets back in, then fine. If not, we'll continue. I'll move on to item 8. It's Walsall Housing Group.
Chair, we do have one speaker obviously in the meeting.
Good.
Deferring.
And who is that?
We have Councillor Jevons, who was.
I understand that, but I can't continue if the other person isn't here.
Bev, can I just suggest that we leave that item and continue with another one whilst we just see if we can get the speaker back? Is that okay?
That's exactly what I've just said. I'll move on to item 8, which is the car park at the room 160 to 174 Westbrook Avenue. Do we have a speaker and are they in the room, please?
Hello, Chair. Yes, we do have one speaker in support of the application, and it's Miss Taylor, and she'll just be invited in.
Okay. Is she with us now? Is she joined? Apologies to members, but can only do what we can do.
Chair, can I just question what Bev just said, that they're in support of the application, yet the speakers list says they're against the application.
Now joining.
Can't take your call right now. Just leave.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
Chair, Rachel Taylor's with us. She's just on mute, but she's with us.
Thank you. Rachel and I have met before, as many of the members have, on behalf of WHG. Sorry we're keeping you up, Rachel, but
That's fine.
It could be worse. You could have been waiting to the end of the agenda. Right, can we canter through this, which appears to be a very straightforward application to me. Alison?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the somebody moving first.
Can we just get everybody to mute again, Chair?
Alison?
Yeah, I'm just waiting to share my screen. Sorry, it was. Yeah, this is a former car park at the rear of Westbrook Avenue. You can see it on this drawing here. The proposal is to erect 2 dwellings on the land. These are the advanced methods of construction again, so they're built in pods in a factory and brought on site. They sit quite comfortably on this site. As you can see, they're quite a distance away from the surrounding properties, and they do meet all the space and separation standards and have adequate gardens. They are a modern appearance, as with the advanced methods, but they are 2-storey houses, which is in keeping with the surroundings. This is the site. There are a number of trees around the perimeter, so there are some new planting to compensate that may need to be taken out. And we are supporting the application. We're recommending to delegate to officers to grant subject to the amendment and finalising of any conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel? 2 minutes to make your case. Take yourself off mute, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair, committee members.
My name is Rachel Taylor and I'm speaking in support of the application at Westbrook Avenue. The proposals look to bring an underutilised site back into effective use in accordance with the NPPF. The site is one of several vacant sites currently being considered by Walsall Housing Group to provide affordable housing to the local area, with the proposals offering 100% affordable housing. Located in a well-established residential area with a wide mix of property types, the proposals will provide two-bed units. Unit sizes are in line with the properties to the surrounding area, with both units benefiting from generous private amenity space. The proposals aim to have a positive impact on the surrounding area. Traditional elements such as scale and colour have been taken from the local vernacular, whilst the design looks to provide modern elements, adding architectural character and elevating the design quality of the area. The new houses have been positioned to avoid encroachment of the existing properties, with the separation distances being above those set out in the Designing Walsall SDD. The use of innovative methods of construction will also shorten the on-site construction period. We have worked closely with your planning officers and consultants to address any comments raised during the planning process, including closely working with your tree officer to consider the position of the units to allow for the retention of several existing trees within the site boundary. Thank you for your time, and if there are any questions, I'll be pleased to answer them.
Any questions from members?
Move it, Chair.
Thank you. And, well, I have to go through the process. Any questions to officers? I've moved by Councillor Craddock. I'll second that. I'll take the roll call. All those in favour? I'm in favour. Councillor Perry?
Yes, in favour.
Councillor Chatter?
In favour. In favour.
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Harris?
Favour.
Councillor Dukes?
Yes, favour, Chair.
Councillor Murray?
In favour.
Councillor Nawaz?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Nazir?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Rassab?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Robertson?
In favour.
Councillor Samra?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Saroui?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Statham?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Waters, that's agreed. Sharon?
Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Committee has resolved to, in accordance with the report to Planning Committee and the amended officer recommendation and amendments set out in page 7 of the supplementary paper, to delegate to the interim head of planning and building control to grant, subject to the amendments and finalisation of conditions.
Thank you. We'll move on then to item 9, which has been called in by Councillor Pardeep Kaur in Aldridge, 815 Sutton Road. Is Pardeep in the meeting?
Just bear with me, Chair.
Hello, Chair. We do have a number of speakers on that item. There's 3 speakers in total, 2 in support of the application and 1 in objection.
Okay, and the objector will go first.
Chair, Councillor Kaur is now in the meeting.
So we have all speakers now?
Yes, I believe we do, Chair.
Okay, Alison?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. This is an application at 815 Sutton Road. You can see it's off the slip road here, in a row of houses that are within the West Midlands Green Belt. The proposal is to replace the existing dwelling with a 5-bedroom property. So it's replacing a 3-bedroom dormer bungalow with a 5-bedroom 3-storey dwelling. You can see on this drawing the extent of the green belt, which is the shaded area. So this property is within the green belt. This is the extent of the proposals you can see in the hatched areas. So the unshaded part is the original dwelling, and the shaded parts are the proposed replacement dwelling footprint. This is the elevations of the existing dormer bungalow. And if I go to the next one, this is the elevations of the proposed 5-bedroom replacement dwelling. So as it is in the green belt, the key thing is whether the replacement dwelling is materially larger than the original dwelling, which in this case it is. The volume of the existing property is 439 cubic meters. The volume of the proposed dwelling is 1,558 cubic meters. So it's a 250% increase in the volume of that property. And also there's a 40% increase in the footprint. So, excuse me, we would say that this is significantly materially larger than the existing dwelling. So in that case, it is inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. This is the side elevation of the dwelling. They've installed a new extension under permitted development, which is being constructed, and this is their garage that's there at the moment. This is the rear extension which they've built, which obviously the replacement dwelling would replace. And this is where a single story, you can see the red on the floor, this is where a single story utility extension has been removed already for the property. This is the adjacent dwelling. You can see there is an extension on that, but you can see the scale of the dwellings in the nearby vicinity. And I would point out there are some windows in the side elevation of the neighbour. Those are habitable room windows that would be facing the new dwelling. And this is the adjacent neighbour's kitchen window, which would also be affected by the 45-degree code. So yeah, this is the drawing. So we have got an objection because it's materially larger than the original dwelling, and that's inappropriate development in the Greenbelt for which no very special circumstances have been demonstrated. The side windows and the windows in the roof face number 813 and would result in a loss of privacy to that dwelling, particularly the garden area and the rear patio. There's also a breach of the 45-degree code in relation to the kitchen window at number 817, which I pointed out the kitchen window earlier. That element of the extension is 2.8 meters away from those side windows, where normally we would expect 13 meters separation, and it's just reduced to 2.8 meters. It fails to overcome previous reasons for refusal on this site because there have been previous refusals, which are pointed out in the planning history. So we're recommending 3 reasons for refusal, which are pointed out in the report on page 173. There have been some representations by the agent, which are referred to in the supplementary paper, with examples of other large houses and replacement dwellings in the area. We have researched those. Many of those aren't in the Greenbelt, so these tests wouldn't have applied in that circumstance. Others were large detached houses to begin with, so any extensions that they have would have been proportionate, and they weren't for an actual replacement dwelling in the Greenbelt. So we don't think there's any very special circumstances to outweigh the harm. There's an impact on the neighbours in terms of privacy and outlook, and there's also an issue in relation to the design, which we feel is top heavy and overcomplicated. So we are recommending refusal on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. I have on my sheet Mr. Homer objecting to this application. So Mr. Homer, you have 2 minutes, which I will start my clock when you start speaking. And when you come to 2 minutes, I shall stop you.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
I can indeed.
Right. With your permission, I'll carry on. Our main bedroom window upstairs directly faces 815 Sutton Road. That's as built in 1953 and has always enjoyed copious morning sunlight, ample daylight for the rest of the day. The sheer scale of the proposed development would significantly degrade this amenity. Furthermore, the proposed bedroom, dressing room window and roof windows would look directly into our bedroom. This eliminates any privacy in this room. These windows would also overlook our rear garden terrace, again compromising our privacy. The proposals appear to include an 18-foot high wall extending nearly 20 feet behind our house, built almost on the boundary adjacent to our terrace. This would contravene the 45-degree rule from our kitchen window. The proposals amount to a huge expansion to the original dwelling and we feel are totally out of scale with the width of the plot. Similarly, the proposed frontage appears to be that of a 3-storey modern executive house and is totally unsympathetic to the current local vernacular of traditional semi-rural family homes. I would suggest that this would not enhance the streetscape at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Homer. I now have Mr. Singh and Councillor Kaur. Mr. Singh, you're the agent, I think. Are you with us?
Hello. Sorry,
Hello.
Chairman. I was on mute. Apologies.
All right. Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
Fire away, 2 minutes.
The application was validated from the September 2019. I've been involved as agent for the last 10 months. Since my involvement, there's been a number of officers who have now left the authority. Since our return to work, we've had very limited contact with the new planning officer. The lack of communication has inevitably prevented the applicant from working with the council to ensure that issues are resolved in an effective and timely manner. There are some concerns and we wish to address them. The applicant would welcome a condition to make the first floor dressing room window between 813 and 815 Sutton Road to be obscure glazed. Windows to the side of the neighbouring properties are not principal windows to those rooms, and the rooms get natural light from the front and rear elevations, which are unobstructed by the proposed development. An arithmetic comparison of area is not the be-all and end-all. This has been proven in case law. Also relevant will be the shape, form, design, and the overall appearance of the building. We've heard that it's got an increased volume, but we've not heard much about the condensed footprint that the scheme's been designed on. In actual fact, the footprint is only an increase of 40% against the existing. Examples of properties along Sutton Road vary in architectural size. There's no uniformity or ribbon of development. Many properties feature large pitch roofs, both along Sutton Road and the adjacent Longwood Road. The NPPF has been consistently updated. At paragraph 126, it says councils should not avoid being over-prescriptive and allow a suitable degree of variety. It also requires councils to deliver a variety of homes to meet the needs of all sections of the community, including the need of larger families. Our client's got a large family and the scheme's been designed to meet his specific needs. Furthermore, at paragraph 122, councils are required to support development to make efficient use of land. This would prevent our client looking elsewhere, moving home and making efficient use of the land. We advocate that the planning permission should be granted.
2 minutes, Mr. Singh. Sorry. Thank you. Councillor Pardee Kaur, I can see you're here.
Thank you. Okay. So, Mr. Chairman and the members of the committee, so today I wish to speak in support of the application before you for 815 Sutton Road to be demolished, to demolish the existing bungalow and to replace it with a family home with a larger dwelling. Whilst accepting it is on the greenbelt, it is tucked away at the road junction with views into the greenbelt is limited, but it is positioned within the street scene, so I do believe that it has limited detriment to the impact on the green belt. Now, the report itself does point out that this is a large extension, but it is in keep with the much larger extensions which have been permitted by this authority in the adjoining roads such as Longwood Road, which I'm sure it is clear for us all to see, and also Sutton Road itself in its entirety for the scale of developments which already exist there. But there are also a number of small dwellings on both Longwood Road and Sutton Road as well. And it's natural to assume that the next steps for obviously families moving in would want to extend the size of the properties. Now, the officer's report does state quite clearly that the service road is both a mix of bungalows and of houses, and this would add to that particular mix. Now, there's a number of examples of houses that are both of this size and design throughout Walsall. And as you already stated, Longwood Road itself is a road that substantial extensions and replacement dwellings in the excess of this particular proposal does exist. So I trust that the committee will accept the submission I have made for this to be enabled and to reject the officer's recommendation and approve the application tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Pardee. Right. Any questions to the speakers, please? Councillor Samra.
Thank you, Chair. First question to Councillor Court. Councillor Court, other than Mr. Homer, have you had any objections to this scheme?
No, not received anything at all.
Thank you. You also mentioned in your submission there that the street scene of Longwood Road and Sutton Road has changed significantly, and there's many dwellings like that. Can you give us an example, please?
You know, if you look at, there's plots around Sutton Road and both Longwood Road, which they are smaller dwellings, and if you go there, I'm sure you can see there's a lot of construction work that is actually currently taking place. There's more people working there than they're probably working in Dubai at the moment. So, there's a lot of work that's already been carried out within those two areas. So I can't see why this application can't be agreed to.
Thank you, Chair. If I may ask Mr. Singh a question as well, please. Mr. Singh, you mentioned in your report that the scale of the increase is not as significant as the planning officer outlined in their report. Can you just expand on that, please?
Yes, I mean, ultimately, one of the key tests of the Greenbelt is the impact on the openness. And when we were designing the scheme, we were keen to try and factor into that we don't increase the overall footprint too much. We noted that one of the previous refusals was based on the increased footprint, and we've taken extensive measures to try and condense this as much as we can. Indeed, the officer's report accepts that the footprint has increased, but it's increased by a volume of 40%.
You also, Chair, if I may, just follow up. You also mentioned earlier on that you've tried to have dialogue with the planning officers, but you've been unsuccessful. Just so the members of the committee know, because it says obviously in the proactive statement that they have worked with you. Has that been or not been the case in this instance?
I think it's fair to say that all local authorities have struggled over the last 3 months due to the COVID situation. But prior to that, I think it's fair to say that this particular application lacked from dialogue and involvement from the case officers. I know a number did leave the authority, unfortunately, and I think that's prejudiced and frustrated our client. And it means that he probably hasn't had the input and the assistance that he probably ought to have been given by the planning officer.
Chair, if I could just ask Mr. Homer, you heard earlier from the applicant's agent that they would be prepared to put obscure glass on the top floor, which would obviously then, your privacy will not obviously then be negated. Would you be happy with that?
If they were fixed windows and not openable, and if the obscured glazing also applied to the roof lights, which would also look down onto our property, I would consider the possibility. However, I still feel that the overall scale of the dwelling is far too large.
Okay.
And it's too close to the boundary.
Chair, if I may, sorry, Mr. Homer, would you agree? Reference has been made to, obviously, there's quite a lot of developments around Sutton Road and Longwood Road, and the plots that we saw. Alison, maybe if you could just put the plan back on of the actual property, please. The plot. So, Mr. Homer, you are, what number are you, Mr. Homer?
813.
You're 813 next year. Okay, so 815 is quite a large plot. It seems. Would I be right in saying, from maybe the planners can help me here, the plot is slightly larger than 813?
Yeah.
No, they are identical.
Okay, but you
according to the original deeds from 1953.
Yes, but just looking from this ordnance survey map, you both occupy quite a large plots, don't you?
Yes.
And the dwellings considerably are quite small in relevant to those plots.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor John Murray, you're the ward councillor here.
Yes, thanks, Chairman. A question for Mr. Singh. How do you propose to get around the fact that this is, whether we like it or not, it is considered to be in the green belt? And what do we offer as the very special circumstances that apply in this instance to allow this development in the green belt? Because however we stitch up the numbers and the figures, and whether it's a footprint or a volume, it is a much bigger development than what is already there. And we as a committee don't make up the rules. We just have to abide by the rules. And as I understand it, and as Alison Ives has outlined, you know, it has to be the same or smaller if it's going to be a complete rebuild on the Greenbelt. So how do we get over that problem?
Thank you, Councillor. I think if I start by saying that the rules that govern Greenbelt are designed to obviously protect primarily the openness of the Greenbelt, and the key test is obviously, is what we're doing going to impact the openness of the Greenbelt more? And for example, some of the photos that you saw earlier show that there's a garage on the side, you know, so that's an existing building that encroaches further back than what we're proposing at the moment. There are some other buildings like the utility room, which is now being demolished. What we need to be doing is looking at all of these buildings cumulatively to try and work out the impact that they have on the openness. Effectively, the proposal involves demolishing that garage, which is set further back in the garden, and it could be argued is further impacting on the openness of the Greenbelt. The more we bring the proposal forward, the less it has an impact on the openness of the Greenbelt. I think it's also fair to say that case law has established that an arithmetic calculation or comparison is not the be all and end all, and case law has defined clearly. Also relevant will be the overall shape, size, design and massing of the building as well. And I think if you take the two on balance, you've got a situation here where you've got a family, which is probably, you know, a larger than average family, wanting to make a forever home for them and their children, and they've got, you know, a substantially large plot in an area which is very mixed and developed, and of course it accompanies other sites or neighbouring properties such as Three Crowns and so on in the local area, which are also part of the Greenbelt, which have been granted consent. And effectively, I guess my applicant is wanting the committee to look at this holistically and fairly and reach a balanced decision, taking into account all of them considerations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you have a legacy hand, Suki. I have Alison Ives indicating. Alison?
I just wanted to make it clear that Mr. Singh was mentioning about the it's only 40% bigger. 40% is quite a significant increase. That's just the footprint. The volume of the house is 250% larger than what's there at the moment, which is significant. That's what I wanted to point out. Thank you.
Okay, accept that. Any more questions? Suki, is that a legacy hand or is it a new one?
No, Chair. This is a question to Alison, and committee members may remember.
No, it's not at the moment.
Oh, sorry.
It's questions to the speakers. Keep in line, otherwise we could get challenged for judicial review. You never know. Got me back up, that did. There we are. Right. Any questions to the objectors or the applicant, please? No? Any questions to officers now? You can come in now, Suki.
I can. Alison, just a few months ago, a very similar application on Longwood Road came before this committee, where a similar sort of argument was submitted, and I remember quite clearly. It was, and the committee felt at that stage there was no harm to the Greenbelt. I forgot the number of that property, forgive me, but driving up and down Greenbelt, there are, I think Councillor Core referred to it earlier. There's more builders probably on Longwood Road at the moment than anywhere else in Walsall. And these, obviously, we don't see a lot of these. A lot of these come before yourselves in a delegated power. And am I right in saying that a lot of the properties on Sutton Road, as we all know from the Three Crowns and Longwood Road, do form part of the Greenbelt?
Some of the properties are on within the Greenbelt, as I showed the Greenbelt extent on the first plan. The examples that Mr. Singh gave in his comments that he made to the case officer today. In fact, the property that you're talking about in Longwood Road, you're quite right. The officers were recommending refusal on that one as well. So we are being consistent. But the committee resolved to overturn that decision. So that example is not one that officers have recommended. It's as it's occurred. But some of the other properties, I think there were about 8 in the example that Mr. Singh gave that weren't in the green belt, and only 4 of them were. And as I say, they were existing 2-storey dwellings with sort of proportionate extensions rather than actual replacement dwelling within the green belt. So.
Alison, just to confirm, is this actually a complete replacement, or have we classified that because the property will significantly change from the street scene, therefore it's classed as a new dwelling? Could we just clarify that, Chair?
It is a replacement dwelling because there's not going to be any elements of the original dwelling really that are visible from the external appearance.
So it's not a demolition and replacement?
They're effectively, I believe, building a whole, encasing the whole thing.
No, that's not the question, Alison. This is a demolition and replacement, which is what I understand to be a new build. Like the one opposite me, which is a 10-bedroom house everybody thinks is a nursing home, which was delegated.
They are going to build onto what's there, and you won't recognise any of the elements of the original dwelling.
I think that's confusing, because I understand a new dwelling to be a demolition and a rebuild. However, I do accept that planning now seems to take a different view. If it's a substantial extension to an existing, it becomes a new build. I don't know where that came from, but there we are. Alison, you've still got a raised hand. Is there anything else you wish to add?
No, sorry.
That's all right. It's a legacy hand. It is late in night. Right. Any more questions to officers, please? Your hand is still raised, Alison. Maybe an error on your system. Well, I have to say that, you know, I'm quite ambivalent about this, because I know I travel this area quite well. There was one bungalow in Longwood Road, which is now a substantial house, which is about 30 foot wide, and that's 2-storey. So I think the argument about large dwellings, whether in the Greenbelt or whatever in Walsall, is long lost. You know, my road, well, you wouldn't recognise it now. And also Park Hall is now a shadow of its former self. But Suki, do you have a question, or are we moving into debate?
Sorry, Chair, are we moving into debate?
We are. Right. So
Chair, sorry.
I'd like you to debate, really. You can go first.
I will do. I mean, we see a lot of these, and I mentioned one just a few months ago, where I think Councillor Tim Wilson spoke in favour of the scheme. For this committee to be consistent, we're seeing, and I think we have to accept that on roads such as Sutton Road and Longwood Road and others, these are large plots. These are large plots with very small dwellings. Therefore, it's only natural that you would expect them to expand. Now, again, with the Greenbelt, we felt in other applications, it was very subjective. Now, it's a pity we haven't actually got better pictures of this dwelling where we see any harm, because this particular dwelling is set back from the street scene quite significantly. I mean, I think you would find it difficult. I think the postman probably struggles to find this dwelling at all. So for me, Chair, I would be looking to approve this application, because I personally feel that there is no harm to the Greenbelt at all. I will come with reasons otherwise later, but if other members want to come in.
I think what you would be saying, rather than there's no harm, there's no further harm. If there's a dwelling there already, the argument is that the harm to the Greenbelt is already made. As far as I'm concerned, I've said this many times now, the larger properties now being built, I think there is such a precedent now across the whole of the borough, in particular in this area where I live. As I said, you know, there was one dwelling pulled down, and the one now is, I think there's 12 windows on the front. It's huge, but that was delegated. And there are many examples that people quote. I think what you have to look at here, and it's not my ward, I'll listen to what the Aldridge members, and Councillor Pardee Core is one, John Murray is another, is this in keeping now with the changes we've seen in Longwood Road? And is there any significant extra harm to the Greenbelt by allowing this upgrade of a property, because it is a very old property? I think the gentleman, Mr. Homer, said they were built in 1953. That's almost as old as me. But there we are. So that's where we are, I think. So, Councillor Murray, it's your ward. What do you think?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I agree with you regarding the Greenbelt. I do have a problem with this issue of, passing sort of domestic builds streets like Longwood Road and like that part of Sutton Road being in the green belt. I mean, I've always had an issue with that.
Brilliant, thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot.
And that.
Just turn this one down in case it goes again.
Sorry, Tina, can you put the microphone on mute? I know you've had a technical difficulty, but if you would put your microphone on mute for me. Thank you. Sorry, John.
That's okay. And so, this concept of which I mentioned, a couple of minutes ago, about how do we get over the fact that it is registered as being in the green belt, and therefore it should be the same size, not 40% bigger. So we still have a problem around that. But personally, that doesn't bother me in this particular area. The one thing that does bother me, though, is that although, yes, I agree, that, and I've spoken and sort of represented people on with issues on Longwood Road and Sutton Road, but with this particular one, I think it's the 3-story aspect that is still a bit of a problem. It's not just, replacing small bungalow with a nice big detached house. The 3-story, it does look really sort of way out of kilter with the rest of the properties in that short section of Sutton Road. They're all very, very sort of traditional detached houses in that short section. And this one, I do think, would probably look sort of way out different to all the rest and possibly spoil the street scene there. So I still have reservations in that regard, but I'm not worried about the green belt issue.
Right. Councillor Samra.
Chair, I take on board what Councillor Murray is saying, and I'm glad that he's saying that maybe these properties, are wrongly for whatever reason should have been in the green belt. But if we look at designs along Sutton Road and Longwood Road, I think you would find it very difficult to find 2 matching properties.
Yeah.
I mean, there's quite a lot of modern articulate buildings are popping up on Longwood Road. So the actual design for me on this, I think it would actually complement this particular plot.
I think it's an eclectic view, really. That's a nice word, isn't it? It's a matter of the mix, really. Councillor Mark Statham, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, knowing the area quite well, you're right, it is an eclectic mix, but they are all individually styled. I just fail to see the argument of a 40% increase. 40% is a big number, but when we're looking at the size of the plot and we're talking about the detriment to green belt, I just can't see that argument. From the layman and from people in the street, it's going to increase the aesthetics of the street and the street scene. I don't see anything within that proposal that would concern me with regard to a detriment of green belt.
I think we have to take on board, in defence of the officers, they are bound by policy and by government guidelines, and that's why committees like us exist, because we know what the local community would like to see. And that's, endemic within the planning system. As I've already said, the house to the left of me is a 9-bedroom property. That was a substantial extension. I wasn't on the committee then. Well, I was, but it was approved by committee. The one across the road is now a 10-bedroom property, which looks like a nursing home. That was delegated. The whole ethos of what's happening in Walsall is changing dramatically. And there is now a policy of people literally buying a building plot, paying a lot for a house and then saying, right, I want to pull this down and make it something different. So I follow the argument and I looked at the plan here, and you have to say, if you're driving down Sutton Road, especially down the middle where the dip is, you'd be hard pushed to see anything into the green belt, which backs onto the back of the Arboretum. But, we are where we are. So do I have a resolution on the table?
Chair, if I may, I would like to move the resolution that we approve this application and approve it on these reasons. This is an extension to the existing dwelling and there is no harm to the green belt. These eclectic views, as you've said, to the green belt will not be inhabited in any greater extent. This is further supported as this particular dwelling is at the junction of Sutton Road and Longwood Road and the Slip Road and is well set back. The proposal will not damage the street scene, if anything, complement it. The extension proposed is in keeping with those approved by officers under delegated powers and this own committee, both on Sutton Road and Longwood Road. And the resulting dwelling will add to the mix of dwellings in the nearby street scene and not impact any openness of the green belt. Chair, that's my motion.
I have Councillor Murray with his hand up. I'm not sure whether he's going to second this or whether he just wants to speak. John?
I just need to speak a little more, please, Chairman. The on the
We'll
basis.
take a second in a minute.
Yep, on the basis that that's been proposed, we also must remember to take on board Mr. Homer's sort of
condition.
points
Yes.
regarding,
The obscure, I agree with you, Scott.
glass, the 45-degree rule, and everything else. They have to be in as conditions. I think if we are to consider overturning the officer's
Yes.
recommendation on this particular
Yeah.
one.
Thank you for reminding me, Councillor Murray. Yes, Chair. Absolutely. The applicant's agent offered that they would put obscure windows, I think in the top floor and other windows. So therefore, they would not be overlooking at Mr. Homer's property. And I think if we were minded to approve this, that would be a condition of this application.
Can I also say that Mr. Homer said he would like fixed windows? There is an alternative which happens to be on my house, and they have restrictors, so you can only open them a few inches. We've all seen these. It does allow fresh air, but it also protects the amenity of the adjoining property, so they can't be opened all the way. So I think either of those would perhaps satisfy one of the concerns Mr. Homer has, and we're here to make that even-handed decision. John, you're a legacy hand, or are you happy with that?
Chair, as you know, we still need the motion seconded.
I'm aware of that.
I thought I put that down. I put it back up again.
Okay.
How's that? Am I down now?
You're down now, yeah. Mark, are you seconding the resolution?
In the motion, Chair, subject to what you said on the fixed windows and the
So
return.
with those conditions added, that they're obscure glazed and either opening restrictors or fixed windows. And I think that can be consultation with Mr. Homer so we can satisfy his needs. Right, I'll take the roll call then. I have it moved and seconded. All those in favour?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Sharon, yeah.
Sorry. Can I just check the reasons because they were read quite fast? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it's okay.
Camera. Let me just read them out and then you can just tell me where I need to add in. Sorry, my hands are quite tired. So the views to the green belt will not be inhibited.
That's
that
correct.
Right?
That's right. The existing extension to the existing dwelling, and there's no harm to the green belt.
Right. So the sorry.
So shall we start again? Okay.
Speak slowly, Tucker. It is late.
On the following reasons.
Yeah.
This is an extension to the existing dwelling, and there is no harm to the green belt.
So
No further harm.
Yeah, further harm. Vista.
Bear with me, existing dwelling. No further harm to the green belt, yeah?
That's correct. Yeah. Vista and eclectic views into the green belt will not be inhibited to any greater extent.
Okay.
You want any more?
Yes, if you've
Okay,
got them.
of course
So
you
we both.
Yeah, the extension proposed is in keeping with those approved by officers and the delegated powers and this committee on both Sutton Road and Longwood Road.
In the surrounding area.
Yes. Thank you, Chair.
That's what you said.
That's right. Yeah, the resulting dwelling will add to the mix of dwellings in the nearby street scene and not impact any openness of the green belt.
I got something about it being set well back from the road as well.
You did do, yes. So I missed that. Sorry, yes. So that was two there. The vista and eclectic views to the green belt will not be inhibited to any greater extent. This is further supported as the particular dwelling is at the junction of Sutton Road and Longwood Road and set well back. Therefore, the proposal will not damage the street scene.
Okay, I think that's fine. That's absolutely fine because you've read them out again. I've got some of them, and I'm sure Bev has.
With that,
So
I have two hands up. I have Councillor Dukes and Councillor Murray. I can indicate that Councillor Steve Craddock left the meeting. He may be back, but he will not be voting on this item. Councillor Dukes, did you wish to speak, or is that a legacy hand as I begin?
No,
to
because I didn't hear the conversation because my internet went off. Does that mean I can't vote?
It does indeed. You can't.
Right, okay then.
Yeah. If you didn't hear all of the debate, you are barred from voting, I'm afraid.
I only heard the last 5 minutes, if that.
Okay. John, I've still got your hand up.
On my screen, my hand's down. Let me just flick it again.
Well, I'm telling you now, man, it's up here.
I've now put it up, right?
Yeah.
And I've now put it down.
Well, you haven't, but there you go. It doesn't matter. Right, I'll take the roll call. It's late in the hour and we'll all be having our eggnog in a minute. Councillor Bird, I will agree with the recommendation. Councillor Perry has left the room, left the meeting. He's had to go and deal with travellers at Cairn Street in Bentley. Councillor Chatter.
Agree.
Councillor Craddock has left the room. Councillor Harris.
Agree.
Councillor Dukes. Can't vote. Councillor Murray.
Agree.
Councillor Nawaz.
Agree.
Councillor Nazir.
Agree.
Councillor Rassab.
Agree.
Councillor Robertson.
Agree.
Councillor Samra.
Agree.
Councillor Sarohi.
Agree.
Councillor Statham.
Agreed, Chair.
Councillor Waters.
Agreed, Chair.
Thank you. Sharon?
Okay, committee has resolved to approve the application. The reasons which already have been read out, but to summarise and include, the extension to the existing dwelling would add no further harm to the green belt. The eclectic views to the green belt, will not be inhibited to any greater extent. The extension proposed is consistent with those within the area and approved by planning officers in the surrounding area. The extension will not impact on the street scene, and the dwelling will be set back. So this won't impact on the street scene.
Councillor Bird,
Okay.
could I just ask if there's going to be conditions to address any of the consultee objections?
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Bear with me, Alison. Sorry, there was a condition. I do apologise about obscure windows.
Obscure glazing, yeah.
Obscure glazing. Sorry, I
And
do apologise.
restrictors or fixed windows.
restrictors
All
or fixed
materials to
windows.
be agreed by the local planning authority. Again, I would say no working no working on Sundays, hours of operation between 8 and 6.
I think
And
Steph
adequate-
Bird had got a hand up, so I'm not sure whether there's some contamination issues. What I'd asked is if there are any consultees who've asked for particular conditions, can we impose those?
Yes? Happy with that? Right.
I was just going to mention the hours of work and some construction management plan and drag out onto the road, highway, etc.
Yes, indeed. I was going to say that we need some kind of management because it's up on a bit of a hill there, isn't it? Yeah. We don't want any drag out onto the road. John, your hand's gone down. Okay, we're happy with that. Thank you very much. I'm sorry the lateness of the hour goes on, but there we are. Item 10 is Lime Street. Do we have speakers on this, Alison, or have they decided to go home to bed?
Hello. Yeah, we do actually have the speaker waiting in the lobby for this item, Mr. Paul, who is in support of the application.
Right. Right then, let him in.
Unknown participant is now joining.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Paul. What a pleasure to see you. I wish you good evening. It could be good morning the way we're going, but there we are. The presentation will be brief and we'll canter through it as you are in support. There are no objections as far as I'm aware, so it should be quite painless. Alison.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
It's Andy on this one, I think.
Oh, is it? Oh, sorry, Andy.
That's right. I'm only Alison at the weekends.
Very good, very good. In that case, then, can you get on your horse and canter through this?
I shall endeavour to canter at pace. Right. The application is to extend the house at the end of Lime Street. I highlight the site here just to quickly run through the character. It's mostly residential. There are flats. There is a school, but it is pretty much residential. The access to the property is shared by the applicant and his neighbour. Just to show you the aerial, again, it highlights the flats. So it is what we would describe as a mixed residential location of varying age and design. The extension is first floor nearest to the school and a ground floor extension at the front. This is what it appears to be. So it's a 60-star house that's previously been extended, and they're proposing to put a first floor at the side and a ground floor front extension. In planning terms, other than the objection from a neighbour regarding the window-to-window separation and overlooking of their garden, the applicant has accepted a condition regarding obscurely glazed and high-level opening window on the rear window. Taking that into account, and that there is space for 3 off-road parking spaces, although they've illustrated 4. That wouldn't necessarily be a working space. We are recommending that it is approved, just to show you the actual house at the rear, the front, including the parking. It is next to a public right-of-way, so it does separate from the other houses, and the extension at the front will have limited harm due to the existing boundary wall. Just an oblique view. I say the extension will be at the front. It's pretty much screened. This is the access. The neighbour that shares the access has concerns about visitors parking inappropriately and blocking his access point. But as we've explained in the report, they are civil matters between parties and not material planning considerations, given there is off-road parking spaces. Consequently, we recommend approve of the application subject to conditions.
Thank you, Andy.
Right, you can speak if you wish. The recommendation is to approve and there is no dissent.
Fantastic. That's fantastic. Thank you very
You
much.
happy? Right, that
Yeah,
being the case,
absolutely.
can I move the
Absolutely.
officer's recommendation, please?
Fantastic. Brilliant.
I second that.
And can I just point out that I will repeat this, because this is Kisha Hussein's father, he is entitled to be treated even-handedly by this committee, and I'll just make that point as I did earlier. So I'll take the roll call. I'm in favour. Councillor Perry is left. Councillor Chatter.
In favour.
Councillor Craddock.
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Cree, oh, he's not here. Councillor Harris.
In favour.
Councillor Dukes.
In favour.
Councillor Murray.
In favour.
Councillor Nawaz.
In favour.
Councillor Nazir.
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Rassab.
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Robertson.
In favour.
Councillor Samra.
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Sarohi.
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Statham.
Favour, Chair.
Councillor Waters.
Favour, Chair.
That is agreed. I'll now go back to item 7, if Mr Oliver has now graced us with his presence. If he hasn't, can we get hold of him?
Sorry, Chair, do you need to get the decision
I'll
read
get the
out?
recommend. Yeah, sorry, I'll get Sharon. Can you just confirm what we've agreed?
Unknown participant is now joining.
Hello.
Sorry, just bear with me.
Hello.
Hello, Mr Oliver.
Thank
Just
you.
wait a minute, please. You know, at our request.
Right,
you.
Chair, thank you very much. Planning Committee have resolved in accordance with the report to Planning Committee, the amended officer recommendation and amendment set out in page 9 of the supplementary paper to delegate to the interim head of planning and building control to grant permission subject to amending and finalising planning conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sharon. Right, back to item 7. Can I apologise to Lee Jevons for keeping him here? But I'm a bit disappointed, Mr Oliver, that you disappeared and then you went to answer phone.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
Hello.
Who's got YouTube on again?
Mike, is that? Can you hear me? I've still got your earlier your earlier things on it. Can you hear me?
Well, you've got YouTube running, I think, in the background. Can you turn it off, please? Otherwise, this will be deferred.
It is off now. Okay.
Thank you. I'm getting a bit annoyed, to say the least. Right.
Well, the problem was your phone, actually. It's a London number. That's why I couldn't answer it. Okay.
I might as well be in London, but I'm in Warsaw at the moment. Right.
Right. Well.
Right. That's
yeah,
enough.
thank
Thank you. You know the rules. Alison, please, presentation.
Thank you, Chairman. Members might recall this application came to
Hello?
committee. Can you hear me? Oh, I haven't got me.
Oh, God forbid. I'll just have a sandwich tonight, love. Don't worry about it.
Can you hear
Mike, we
me?
can hear you, Mike. What you need to be on mute.
Right, sorry, I'll start again. This is an application at the corner of Arkwright Road and Edison Road. It first came to committee in the 17th of June 2019, where members deferred it. It's an application for erection of a 3-storey block of flats. Originally, when it came in June, it was for 10 flats, and now it's for 9 flats. I'm just showing you this example of a scheme on the site that was previously refused. So this was a 3-storey building, a large mass, a building that was refused. This is the scheme that came to the last committee. So it shows a building wrapping around the corner of the site, some amenity area and parking in a sort of an L-shaped building. And members wanted to defer it so that the applicant could discuss with the case officers to try and address some of the reasons that we'd recommended refusal at the time. We have worked with the agent and he has made some concessions to the layout and addressed some of the reasons for refusal, particularly an issue in relation to the car parking layout. He's pulled it further away from the neighbouring properties. He's moved the bin store away from the neighbours where it would have caused an amenity issue. He's created a more usable amenity area and created some ground floor protection to the ground floor flats. But there are other issues which haven't been addressed in terms of incorporation of a 3-storey element on this site, which we feel would be too dominant and overbearing. There's also an issue there was an issue in terms of coal mining risk assessment hadn't been provided. That has now been provided, so that's been addressed. And there was also an issue in terms of the lack of any 106 agreement. But as the scheme is now for just 9 units, it no longer requires a 106 agreement. So whilst we're pleased that we have worked with the agent and we have addressed some of the reasons that we were previously recommending refusal, it doesn't address them all, unfortunately, which is why officers have brought this back to committee as a refusal. You can see the scale and massing of this building in the area, and it is on a higher ground level than the main road, the street on which it sits. So we feel it's going to be too large and overbearing on that prominent corner. Ideally, we would have preferred the 3-storey element to be located at the junction where it could have formed a landmark rather than halfway along the elevation to Edison Road. There's a note in the supplementary that because the application has been amended from 10 units to 9, what we didn't amend was that the access has been moved to Edison Road rather than Arkwright Road. So that has now been corrected and it's referred to in the supplementary paper. You can see there's a church next to it and there's a public right-of-way alongside. It doesn't have any implications on that. But the positioning of the building in relation to Arkwright Road, it stands well forward, and we feel that that would have an adverse impact. Combined with the scale and the massing of the building, we feel that it would be out of keeping and incongruous. You can see those buildings in Arkwright Road are here, and the building steps forward of that with a large 2-storey with a big pitch roof. So we feel that that is also a concern. So we're pleased that they've done some of the issues, but the character of the building, the design and the amenity issues haven't all entirely been resolved. So regrettably, whilst we are fully supportive of redevelopment of this derelict site, we can't support this scheme because it hasn't gone far enough for officers, unfortunately. Reasons for refusal are on page 144 and 145.
Thank you, Alison. Ron, you've got 2 minutes. I'm timing
thank you. Yeah, thank you, Chairman. First of all, I'm pleased that I've eventually shown the correct drawing, because they were issuing the wrong drawings last time. They described it wrong this time. This massing they're talking about is ridiculous, because the actual height of these flats, even with the one flat that goes up 3-storey, not all of them, only one, is basically not any higher than the houses that are adjoining. I think if you look at the plan that the street's seeing now, you'll see that it isn't overbearing in any way, shape or form. The neighbours desperately want it approved. I've not heard of any objections on it. And to my mind, we've incorporated, I would say, at least 90%.
Very important meeting.
I would have said that we've incorporated 90% of the changes they wanted, and a lot of the issues, well, there's more issues now than there was at the start, and I don't quite understand what the planning officer's doing, and I mean that sincerely. But at least you've got the correct description, and I trust that you're reading the right drawings, because the first one that was shown was a 3-storey mass. That is completely gone. But there's no level. Our land is exactly the same level as the houses next door, and I cannot see any overbearing nature of it at all. In fact, the locals all would want it built, because there's lots of problems with the site, with vandals, kids getting on it. The neighbour at number 36 adjoining would desperately like it built, and I can see no honest reason why this shouldn't be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jevons, you've got 2 minutes, as you know. Sorry to have kept you.
Okay. Last June 2019, I came to committee with this, and you deferred it then for one cycle. It's been quite a cycle. COVID-19 notwithstanding, now this development has come down from 12 flats to 10 flats to 9 flats. The entrance has been moved, the bin storage has been moved, the car parking has been moved. The developer, as it has been described, has made concessions. A bit surprised that having worked so extensively, maybe with the planning committee, that the view is still being taken. I would point out that there is amenity space not far away on Lister Close, and there's a big play area. People can make use of that. It's a park. That this is on bus and cycle routes. There are 2 bus routes available. And I'd like to point as well that in common with the previous application tonight, it would provide properties that people can downsize into, releasing properties for local families. I've had a lot of local families come to me and say that they wanted to downsize that stay on Beechdale, and I've got other young families who want to move into bigger properties, and this may facilitate that. So I honestly believe that there's a local need argument here that can be put into play. It is what it is, and I'll answer anything else in the questions later.
Thank you. Right, any questions to the applicant, please? Councillor Nawaz?
Yeah, just to Councillor Jevons. Last time this came up, we were told about antisocial behaviour and how this application would deal with that. Can you just give us some more details of that, please?
Yeah, I can do, not a problem. It's I've been a councillor for 10 years, not as long as some, but a councillor for 10 years. And one of the first pieces of casework I ever had was to walk up this site with Blake Councillor Oliver, because there was fly tipping, there was antisocial behaviour from kids using dirt bikes on it, there was drug dealing going on and drug taking going on. But there's been antisocial behaviour, and the Labour at number 36 is still saying there's antisocial behaviour. He had his fence kicked in not long ago. So by building this out, it will minimise antisocial behaviour, and it will actually secure the site. So I think in that view, then it would solve a number of problems. It is desirable to build this site out. I would point out that the neighbour at number 36 was objecting, because he was objecting to where the entrance to the site was. We're now hearing tonight that that has moved onto Edison Road. So those objections should have been removed, I believe, but he hasn't had a chance to put that in. Answer your question?
Happy with
Yeah,
that?
thank you. Thank you, Lee.
Councillor Dukes?
Hi, yeah, mine's to Mr. Oliver. Aftab's asked most of it, actually. But Mr. Oliver, am I right in thinking that on a numerous times your people you work for have had to clean the site up for drug use, drug paraphernalia and stuff like that?
Many times, yes.
And am I also right in thinking the opposite side to where the shops are, you've also got another 3-storey block of flats, Ramsey Flats.
Yes, it has no amenity whatsoever. Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, you got, so it's not, you know, it's mirroring it really, isn't it? Because you've got 3-storey flats outside and you have them there. And also, by having your flats there, would you right in saying that the antisocial behaviour that we are experiencing on the park would sort of, I wouldn't say stop it, but you know, you've got people sort of overseeing the park, haven't you?
Well, that's a good observation. That's quite correct.
Thank you.
Right, if we hand down then, Councillor Dukes. Have any more questions to the applicants, please? Any questions to officers? Well, I have one. I listened to what's been said by Mr. Oliver, who I've known Rob for many years. To be honest, to get him to do the iteration he has been no doubt tortuous. This has been in the system for over 2 years now, and there comes a time when I have to accept what the planners are saying, but I have to listen to the people who represent the ward. And like earlier on in this meeting, there was, in actual fact, another vacant piece of land. I've just had an email now to say that the travellers are now back in another vacant piece of land in the borough. And I have to say that we have to look at this objectively from a local member's point of view. Having said that, you know, I will listen to what members have to say. Councillor Dukes, you are the ward member there. You have an observation to make or a resolution to put?
Yes, Mike, but first, it first came to planning in 2007 and it was gained permission. But obviously they didn't do it because finances and that, and it lost it. But yet I have got a proposal, and it is, I propose that this committee accept the planning proposal and submitted on the basis that it provides much needed living space on the Beechdale estate. It resolves ASB issues that currently exist on the site, that the officer's assessment of the character is too narrow and fails to consider the amenity space available on Lister Road nearby and the character of the buildings in Ramsey Road nearby, which are similar in provision. Thank you.
I get a seconder for that?
Yes, Chair.
I'll second that, Mike.
I can lip read. Councillor Nawaz said, I second that. And so did Councillor Craddock. So, right. I have to say, Alison's got a hand up, or maybe she's not. Is that a legacy hand? I can't lip read that one, Alison. Sorry.
I'm scribbling. Yeah, just to say what I didn't say in the presentation, unfortunately. There have been refusals on this application in 2005, 2007, 2008, 2018. So officers are being consistent. The approval that Councillor Dukes referred to in 2007 was an outline planning permission, so they couldn't have built it out until they'd gone for the reserve matters. I just wanted to point that out. Thanks.
That's very kind. Mark Statham, I see your hand now. I apologise for that.
Sorry, Chair. I just wanted to concur with Councillor Jevons, and in the interest of consistency, earlier on we talked about local need greatly, and maintaining local need for people who currently live on the Beechdale to maintain their community and support networks is a vital feature of any community. So I'll be supporting the application.
Right, I have it moved and seconded. I'll take the vote before it gets dark. Well, it is dark. Sorry.
Sorry, Chair, is there any conditions with this one?
Yeah, I know, Sharon, I'm coming to you.
Sorry.
You wish to read what the resolution would be that we are voting on?
I do. Well, I've got the reasons for...
Sorry, I think Sharon was asking, would you need any conditions
You
to
would
address
need conditions, sorry.
concerns?
Yeah.
Conditions would be, let me just think, materials to be agreed by the local authority, that measures are in place that there's no drag off the construction site onto the road, adequate provision for highway diversions or stopping up if necessary because it's close to the highway there. What else do we got? Hours of work, 8 till 6, Monday to Saturday, no working on Sundays and bank holidays.
Sorry to interrupt, Chair. We'll need a contaminated land assessment as a base.
Yeah, thank you. Contaminated land assessment required. Thank you, Stephanie. Andrew, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, there was mention of a coal authority assessment. I know we've had it, but they might require conditions as part of the development.
Okay, well, we'll add that in then. You comfortable with that, Sharon?
Yes, just let me read it out. Sorry,
Yes, please.
my hands are dropping off. Okay, so reasons for approval: provides much needed local need for living space, will resolve antisocial behaviour. Officer recommendation fails to consider the character of the building and the buildings and the surrounding areas of Ramsey Street. Does that cover it, Councillor Dukes?
Yeah, the hours of operation and.
Yeah, and sorry, I was just
Yeah,
getting the
you've got
reason,
that.
and then we've got the conditions, materials to
Yeah.
be agreed, measures for construction material not overspilling onto the high outside the site. I think provisions for diversion stopping at up hours 8 till 6, no workings on Sunday, contaminated land assessment, coal assessment. That's what I've got.
That's good. Happy with that? I'll take the roll call then. Run out of paper almost. Right then, this is item 7. Okay, here we go. I'm in favour. Councillor Perry's left. Councillor Boston. Councillor Chatter.
In favour.
Councillor Craddock.
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Harris. In favour. Councillor Hickett. Oh, not on here. Councillor Dukes.
In favour.
Councillor Murray.
In favour.
Councillor Nawaz.
In favour.
Councillor Nazir.
In favour.
Councillor Assab.
In favour.
Councillor Robertson.
In favour.
Councillor Samra.
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Sarohi.
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Statham.
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Waters.
In favour, Chair.
And is agreed. Can you read out the decision then, Sharon?
Okay, Chair, if I may, committee have resolved to grant planning permission for the reasons which I've read out, subject to the conditions which I've also read out. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the final item, which is Lindrosa Road, English Cottage.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
You got any speakers on this, Alison?
Chair, we do have one speaker, Councillor Joe Howell. We speak.
Oh, indeed. Right. Right.
I'm just checking if she's
Councillor
with us.
Dukes, according to my screen, your hand is still raised. It's a legacy hand. Yes, I've lip read that. Thank you. Right, is Councillor Joe Howell with us?
Yes, Chair.
Can I just apologise, Zach, for the lateness of the hour, but unlike yourself, I've been here since +5. However, right, moving on then. Presentation. Who's doing this? Andrew.
Correct, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay. Right, this is an application for Mahinglis Cottage at the back of Lindrosa Road, where my wife is waving around. This is a public right of way, and they have access across it to serve their property. The area is in the Greenbelt, and that is obviously, as you previously heard on other cases, a material consideration. The proposal is to replace this existing wooden structure with a park home style caravan. So this is the detail they provided regarding the existing structure, which is, although they call it a Dutch barn, is just simply a wooden structure that's used for storage of timber and materials. And the proposal is to take it down and put in a larger park home. This is what the park home looks like. It's an off-the-shelf product, although they're going to be timber clad. Because of the way government policy is written, it would be considered as a departure because it's not replacing an existing or enlarging an existing residential accommodation. It is creating a new accommodation. And the existing structure, as I shall come to in a moment, is not of that's much of a substantive construction. So we're standing currently on the public right of way, and this is the vehicular access into the property. You can just start to see the existing structure, and holes in the side of it, so it's not of high construction value. A further view, it's open on this side, it's got holes in the side, and it is fairly small in comparison to what is being proposed. It is in the green belt, and openness and visual amenity are the assessments of green belt. Again, just a further view so you can see the actual structure currently. And just a further view, this is from within the site itself rather than from the fields. And as I say, the proposal is to put a park home in its place. But as you can see from the state of the building, it is not a significant construction. It is a fairly lightweight timber construction building, which is open on the frontage and has holes in the side and currently used for the storage of materials. Just a further view inside. So they would have, in Greenbelt terms, it would not be substantive enough to say that it could be converted to residential. Based on that, the officers, or the recommendation in the report, is for a refuse as set out. There are some commentary in the supplementary, but I say it's refused because of the impact on the Greenbelt. Should members choose to recommend approve, then, as I say, it would have to be referred to the Secretary of State because it is a departure from the development plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joe Hell.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, could you speak up a little, please, Sat?
I will do. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee, and I speak tonight to oppose the officer recommendation in this matter. The cottage built in the medieval times stood derelict for many years until the current owner and tonight's applicant tastefully restored the property and reclaimed the surrounding land to make a haven for wildlife and flora and fauna for the local community to see and enjoy. The public right-of-way enables all users to enjoy the improvements that have been made, and tonight it's a further opportunity to support further improvement by the demolition of a redundant barn and to secure the siting of a high-quality prefabricated building to house a family member. There are no objections to the proposal, but it has received universal support by the residents in the surrounding area, having seen the extensive improvements the applicant has made over recent years. I sincerely hope that the committee members will support the granting of this application requested. Thank you.
Thank you, Sat. And once more, can I apologise for the lateness of the hour, but I'm still in the town hall. But there we are. It's all right. Any questions to Councillor Joe Hell, please? Councillor Samra, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Hiya, Councillor Joel. Councillor Joel, just for the members of the committee, I mean, can you confirm that that the public obviously have right of access? They enjoy the views there, and this particular building that hasn't been reported, actually disappointingly in the report there, was actually a habitable home, but it got water damage. Isn't that correct?
That's right, yes.
Thank
you. Councillor Mark Statham.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Joel, could I just reiterate, it's received universal support from the local residents?
Yes.
Yes, that's right.
Could you just explain? So, in theory, because is that by the absence of complaints or by general consensus of opinion?
Well, general consensus of opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any further questions to Councillor Joe Hell? Questions to officers? Well, for my part, many of you know I represented the area for 25 years. This cottage was built in around about 1540 and was derelict for about 40 years. Mr. Gifford, who bought this off a local builder, in actual fact, who bought it, first of all, they used to keep pigs on there, and he bought it off the two owners. And then he lived in this barn while after he got the permission to renovate the cottage. He lived in the barn, and believe me now, what a fantastic job. And I ask you to go and see what he's done to enhance the Greenbelt. He's got, as Councillor Joe Howe says, it's fantastic nature reserve, really. He dragged the pool that was there, which has got carp in it. He's built a water wheel there. He feeds the ducks. The local people come and enjoy the flowers that he plants. He grows local produce and gives it away. It is a fantastic story. I think it's in 4 acres of land and does have an agricultural certificate, although there is some dispute from the documentation provided. I have to say that it gives me a pride, really, to sit here and say to you, if you've got somewhere you want to go, now we're all in lockdown, go and have a walk down Rosa Road and ring Mr. Gifford. He'll let you come in and have a look around. He used to have a donkey there. I don't know if he still has. He had a donkey. He had sheep. It really is, you know, an area where he just enjoys himself, and so do the local community. The children go in there, and just use such words and to explain to what Mark just asked. It has been universally supported by all of the people who originally opposed this many years ago, but now they've seen what's been done. It's become a pillar of the community, to be honest. So I have no hesitation in saying that, you know, it is certainly something that I would support. Councillor Samra?
Yes, Chair, I'd second that. And just, if anything, this present building is causing harm. And just to confirm, you're absolutely right. This was a residential building. The reason it's being stored now is because it's had extensive water damage.
Yeah.
And this new building that they're proposing, in my opinion, would enhance the site, enhance the green belt. Because I think it's difficult for members to imagine that, but you walk down this right of way, and you've got this beautiful farm in front of you in acres. And as Councillor Bird has alluded to, yes, there are plenty of animals on there. There's pigs. There's definitely pigs. I've seen pigs on there, and horses and donkeys. And this proposal, I mean, I will be supporting this proposal, Chair. But I'll let other councillors come in.
Councillor Mark Statham.
Yes, Chair. I think Councillor Joe Hall and yourself have made a very compelling argument. It's almost regarded locally as a community asset, by the sounds of it. And I do believe, to concur with Councillor Samra, that this will enhance rather than detract from the beauty of the area and make it available for all to see. So I'll be supporting the application.
What I would say as well is the conversion of the cottage took on 21st century technology with heat pumps, solar panels and everything else that is carbon neutral. I wouldn't say he's carbon neutral with the ducks, because he goes out and buys about 11 loaves of bread to feed the ducks that are on the land. It really is a site that I have to say to you, whatever the decision is tonight, take yourself down there and have a look. It is absolutely wonderful what's been done there. And it's an example of what can be done. What can be done. Do I have a resolution then?
You do, Chair. In the lateness of the hour, I move that the application be approved, and I do so on the following reasons. Are the officers ready? This development will enhance the green belt. It will also further enjoyment of the views of those using the public right-of-way that passes through the farm. It will also complement the views of the site, and Greenbelt will not be compromised with this application, as they are replacing an old, decrepit building for a new one. And if the committee was so minded to approve, we could add the condition that this approval would be on the grounds that this building would only be used as an auxiliary to the existing dwelling. Therefore, obviously, it could not be sold off as a separate entity.
I'll second that, Chair.
Right. Sharon, have you got that? Oh, Kevin Gannon. Sorry, Kevin.
Yes, Chairman. If members were minded to approve the application, the rights of way officer asked that construction phase methodology be included, because you could have conflict with vehicles from people using the right of way.
Yes. Yes. If it's coming as it is a prefabricated, I think it'd just be a matter of lifting it off, going into the site and doing whatever's got to be done. I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Andrew, this would have to be referred, as we've already said. Andrew?
Yeah, there's also a requirement for an asbestos survey before
Yes.
demolition. And rather than the condition that the council is suggesting for tied to, essentially, it would be a personal permission. So essentially, if the current occupier leaves, then the structure has to go as well.
What happens if he dies?
Then it goes. It would be personal to him. He's the one that's made the justification that he needs it for him and his immediate family. It would be a case, or you could say that it is personal to him and his immediate family that live on the site.
Which
But
is
that would be a normal form of condition for this type.
Well, that's better. That's the condition that the inspector imposed on us on the Portakabin in Goldfern Lane in Aldridge in about 1988.
I remember. Well, I don't remember the case, but I've dealt with
Oh, I
issues
do.
around it.
I've got a long memory, believe me. I was on Midlands today with that. Okay, so we're comfortable with that condition then. So it's personal permission for him and his immediate family. Yeah? Yep. Okay, I'll take my roll call for the last time tonight. I'm in favour.
Yeah, sorry, can we just have Sharon legal to go through? Thank you.
Sorry, just to summarise, I've just summarised all the main reasons. Development will enhance the green belt, enhance views of the green belts and the right of way. The green belt will not be compromised. This is a replacement of an old dilapidated building with a new one. Conditions relating to asbestos survey, I've got down, and a condition related to use of the building being personal to the applicant and his family. We happy with that?
There was
phased methodology. The asbestos survey and the methodology of the construction to be agreed with the rights of way officer and highways.
Yeah.
Is that a legacy hand, Kevin, or do you want to add anything?
Sorry, Chair, you caught me out again.
Right. So I will take the roll call. I'm in favour. Councillor Chatter?
In favour.
Councillor Craddock?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Creaney? Not here, sorry. Councillor Harris?
In favour.
Councillor Dukes?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Murray?
In favour.
Councillor Nawaz?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Nazir?
In favour.
Councillor Rassab?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Robertson?
In favour.
Councillor Samra?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Statham? Sorry, Councillor Sarohi, my apologies.
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Statham?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Waters?
In favour, Chair.
Okay, so committee has resolved to approve the applications subject to conditions and for the reasons I've read out and the conditions I have already read out. Thank you, Chair.
Before we close, can I thank you all for your perseverance? It's been a long night and, well, some say it's a good day at the office, but obviously some of the recommendations have not gone the way they are, but I believe that's what the planning committee is for. So can I thank you all for that and bid you all good night? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
night.
Chair.
Good night.